Okay. Right. Okay, shall we start? Let's start. Is that okay? People who come later will join, and in the discussion we'll continue anyway. Okay, we left at this slide yesterday. Key concerns of contemporary migration in South Asia. What's happening in South Asia? Any questions from yesterday? You want to clarify anything we missed? You want to discuss? Please. No? Nobody saying anything? Okay, let's start with undocumented migrants and their well-being. Who was number one? Okay, let's hear what you have. Let's
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
thank you.
I am Seema, and my friend Shefali is here to present topic undocumented migration and their value. So we will start from the general introduction that migration can be defined as a form of geographic and spatial mobility involving change of usual residence between two clearly defined geographical units. Continue with this, we will define undocumented migration. Undocumented migration, irregular migration, or illegal migration can be defined as a movement that takes place outside the regulatory norms of the origin, transit, or destination countries. Following the same, in United Kingdom, undocumented migrants are those who do not fall into any of UK's legal category. These groups account for most undocumented migrants in UK. First one is those who entered the country without the valid documents, including people crossing the Irish border into the Northern Ireland and those arriving over the border, including the English Channel. Second, those who entered with the valid visa but overstayed their visa's expirations and otherwise violated the term of their admission. Third one is those who have had their asylum and refugee requests rejected and cancelled or revoked. In the study of undocumented migrants in Canada, undocumented workers are defined as women and men who participate in Canadian labor force by legally entering the country. One is not respecting the limits of their visa. Second one is overstaying their visa permitted time as well as by legally entering the country, including those smuggled across the border. Thus, these migrants are illegal entrants, and illegal migration refers to inter-country movement of people not accordance with the national laws and regulations. As the person does not figure in the immigration records of the recipient country, the process is called undocumented migration. For example, in Indian context, those who have entered Assam and northeastern states without valid documents in post 1971 period are termed as undocumented migrants. What led so second one is what led to migration. There are two type of factors. One is push factors. As the name itself suggests, push factors are those that push an individual to move out from his her country of origin to a different country, and these factors contribute into the individual's wishes to move away and measure harbinger of their wish to migrate. These factors are doing of the country their migrants belongs to. The most important push factors are war and pers- persecutions, economic opportunities, environmental concerns, and social reasons. Second one is pull factor. Pull factor are centers of the attraction that pull the attention of the migrants towards a country other than his country of origin. And availability of multiple pull factors are major pull and deciding points of migrants to choose the country that he should would be migrating to. Pull factors are facts most attractive about other country. The most important pull factors are safety, economic opportunities, environmental regions, and societies. After that, we will start from the process of migration. Being the most developed of all South Asian countries, India has always been the most sought destination by immigrants from the neighboring countries. India shares a 4,097 kilometer long international boundaries with Bangladesh along the eastern states of West Bengal and Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura. Of this, around 1500 kilometers is fenced, leaving a major portion of the border and easy for infiltration. Over the years, lakhs of Bangladeshi people have crossed over into Indian territory, while some have made their way into Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Delhi, Mumbai. A major crux of immigrants have stayed back in West Bengal, a land that is ethnically closest to one they have left behind. In the process of the cross-border migration, some intermediaries are also involved. Studies found that for safety reasons, migrants from Bangladesh usually choose to take help from middlemen or brokers who assist with a monetary contract, assure safe arrival at the destination and job upon arrival. But there are often hidden deals and bribes involved between brokers and the broader patrol that leave the migrating people, particularly women, vulnerable to various kinds of exploitations. Their fee varies according to according to financial capacity of the client and the range of security provided to the client. Contracts often consist of three distinct parts. One is part is negotiated between the client, the migrant worker, and the broker. Second one is negotiated between the broker and the power holders and to allow the migrants to cross the border. And this sometimes comes with the additional and unspoken expectations whereby the broker sometimes offer broader official sex with a female migrant of his choice. The third part is negotiated between multi broker, one is India, one in Bangladesh, to arrange employment at the destination. Thus, the lives of these people are put on stake, and the risk for survival at the destination increases by leap and bounds. After that, migrants' vulnerability in a process of migration. Undocumented migration is a choice driven by the extreme poverty and lack of alternative livelihood options at the source. This means uh, in a country when people are extremely poor, then they choose to migrate to other country for their survival. And although the goals and aspirations of both male and female migrants might be similar, their experience vary greatly. The journey across the international border can be dangerous event, and many migrants face harassment, violence, stigma, discrimination, and remain at the risk of HIV infection, particularly when they cross borders at their destinations and when they go back home. Their experience are affected by country of origin, the process of recruitment to migration, and gender. The main perpec- the main perpetrators of this harassment are border security, personal guards, and transporters. Survival at destination. Living at destination brings many challenges for Bangladeshi migrants. They struggle with basic needs like finding a house, getting a job, dealing with power structure in new place. Most of them face problems like unemployment, poverty, lack of suitable work, which makes their situation even worse. Basic needs like clean drinking water, toilet facilities are missing in areas they live and leading to poor health. One of the biggest problems migrants face in finding a place to stay after reaching India, many of them first live on the streets or footpaths where they are a risk of getting caught by the police and being sent back to the Bangladesh. Later they start building small temporary huts called santis on the footpaths. Most of these migrants find work in informal sector, which means they do not have secure jobs. They work as a domestic workers, construction labor, rickshaw pullers, rag pickers. Men usually do casual labor jobs like working as monsoons, machines, small traders, vendors, rickshaw pullers. Nearly half of women are housewives while others work as domestic helpers. Jobs are usually found through broker or relative who already live there. They live in slums, squatters, settlements that are very unhygienic, making them more likely to suffer from disease. Health issues are common, and many migrants are at risk of serious illness like HIV and AIDS because of their living conditions and risky lifestyles. Some women work as bar dancers because it helps them earn money easily. Others who work in factories or as maids are sometimes harassed by their employers. The areas where these migrants stay are also unsafe. They face problems like theft, crime, sexual harassment, and violence. Even though these areas have very few facilities, they have no choice but to live there because their lack of money and legal documents needed to live in better places. So from here, my friend will start the laws of regulating migration in various nations.
So, in order to explore the well being of the undocumented migrants, we first need to see what are the laws that are there for migrants. So, since the 1980s, international migration has increased, especially outside legal channels by land, air, or by sea. Policies usually focus on security instead of human rights, and that is very disheartening. Ignoring that even irregular migrants, that are those not protected by refugee laws or UNHCR, may still need and deserve protection under international human rights laws. These needs may arise from unsafe conditions either in their home countries or in the countries they travel through or they settle in. Although human rights law exists, there is still a gap in how these are applied to the migrants. Instead of creating new binding treaties, experts suggest a soft law approach based on, first, using its existing human rights laws to create guiding principles for vulnerable, irregular migrants. Second is by improving interagency cooperation to implement these principles. The need for soft law. According to the United Nations, the number of international migrants increased from 230 million in 2013 UNDESA report to over 258 millions by 2016, which is governed by GCM report. This rise is mainly due to economic and social pressure forcing people to leave their countries. However, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights states no single global organization has complete authority to oversee the protection of migrants' rights. One treaty, the International Convention on the Protection of Rights of All Migrants, Workers and Their Family, exists but has been ratified by very few countries, making it ineffective globally. So there is one bill, the International Migrants Bill of Rights, which is abbreviated as IMBR. So this is to fill the legal gap. The IMBR was drafted as a non-binding soft law. It aims to provide universal protection for all migrants based on human rights. It draws wording from Universal Declaration of Human Rights International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Article 4 of IMBR states that there is a right to protection for vulnerable migrants. Article 10 suggests duty of the state to ensure physical, psychological, and social recovery of migrants, especially victims of human trafficking. Article 13 suggests migrants should not be forced to return to countries where they may have faced torture or human rights violations. This was confirmed by European Court of Human Rights in the case Hirsi-Jama versus Italy, where it ruled that state must not return migrants to unsafe conditions. Article 3, European Convention on Human Rights, 1950. The IMBR also includes a safing clause, meaning if any international law provides better protection, the law takes priority. IMBR defines migrants as a person outside the country of their citizenship, or for stateless individual, their habitual residence. This helps include stateless person under protection. So there is a global compact for migration. The New York Declaration for Refugees and Migration proposed the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, Regulation Migration, a non-binding soft law and first ever UN global agreement to address all aspects of migration. हाँ हम points में अब बताएंगे बस short ठीक है ठीक है. So we have all discussed the major points. So lastly we will like to discuss the well-being. तो conclusion में आ जाते हैं सीधा. So there are mainly two types of, as we have already discussed, migrants, the documented and the undocumented, and the difference between them we have already seen. So there should be a development efforts in the source migration. One important point that I have seen while reading this is undocumented versus illegal, which term to use. So in 1975, the UN General Assembly recommended that the term non-documented or irregular migrant should not be used as it is dehumanizing, and no human being is illegal. So this one point I want to bring it out. And there should be, again, administrative reforms, economic reforms in terms of regarding to illegal migrants, which we should not say. Undocumented would be more preferred term. So thank you. I'll end up here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a very comprehensive presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have learned a lot.
Yes.
Undocumented, all the controversies around documented, undocumented, legal, illegal, formal, informal, so many things, and their situation, and how all these
Soft laws.
Yes,
ma'am.
and there are laws, of course, in many countries, but they're soft laws. What do you understand by soft law? What is soft law?
Any questions?
Any? What is soft law? What do you understand by soft law?
I explained. You tell me.
The soft law, they are guidelines basically.
I am looking forward for your presentation, Deepak. Let's see what you have. Ma'am, soft law is basically the laws which are which should be there, the guidelines for the illegal migrants or undocumented migrants, and it suggests that no human is illegal, and therefore there has to be some laws which prefer human rights over a citizenship, kind of. Understood?
You're doing absolutely fantastic job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Really, really good. Creating this debate, that is what we want to hear. Is in critical engagement, of course. And there are soft laws. They call it soft law. They don't really, you don't have to follow it, basically.
Non-binding. Yeah, it is non-binding.
The guidelines are there, you don't follow it. So what's the point? Like, they don't really protect migrants. Can you hear me? Okay. Without this. Okay. Oh, is it? All right. Okay. Oh, that helps to record. Okay, that was very good. We would like to. Any questions from undocumented migrants and their well-beings? It will come back. Discussion will continue until Friday. So we're not finishing this, not closing this chapter now. Okay, it's just a continuous process. Let's move on to brain drain. Group number 2. And then we talked about brain drain, or how do you define brain drain, brain circulation, brain banking, all these different terms related to international migration. Who was in group 2? Number 2. Oh, you were in number 2. And you with, who else was there? Okay. So, let's move on to number 3 then. Who was in number 3? Depopulation in rural areas because of migration. This is very important topic as well. Are you ready, or you want?
I want just 5 minutes. Till then, I could stay within the culture.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you need the. I'm very impressed with your presentation, group 1.
इसको लगाना है कैसे?
Detailed presentation. That was very good.
सभी बताया कैसे लगाएंगे इसे? अच्छा लगाओ. So my topic is depopulation in rural areas. So thus my study examined 6 rural welfare indicators, that is labor, livelihood activities, income, food security, land use, rural development. And this study is very content specific. Positive as well as negative outcomes are there. The immediate impact is the loss labor effect, which leads to a process of feminization of agriculture and the use of child labor. Professor, yesterday I was reading the paper of Professor Adhikari, and in which you stated that in Nepal the rural immigration makes the phenomena of feminization of agriculture. Most of the females are working in agricultural kind of activities rather than male, because of the immigration, because male population migrates to the developed countries. This trend changes the power relationship in rural areas, briefly increasing the opportunities for the non-migrants households to control land. Or however, remittances helps the migrant households to move up in the income ladder, improving their food security, enabling the repurchase of land, and causing a transition away from agriculture. Impact of immediate outcome. Labor loss. The immediate impact of international migration on rural households' welfare is the loss of labor. In a perfect labor market system, remittances are expected to relax the constraints caused by a loss of family labor by providing finance to external labor of investment in mechanized agriculture. That is stated by Adhikari and Hoble in their paper 2015. In Nepal, Adhikari and Hoble used a gendered perspective to describe how the departure of men in the household leads to a feminization of agriculture. The intermediate outcome. In terms of livelihood activities, the household has to choose to move to commercial farming activities to diversify to non-farming activities. Thomas Hope, in his paper 2017, provides evidences of how local settings and conditions influence the decision for migrant households to move out of agriculture. That is, third point is food security. Jaista and Vikram in their paper 2016 showed that when the mother is the migrant in a poor household, the undernutrition will become a problem. But when the father is migrant, there is a positive impact of child use, land use. In Nepal and in India, research shows that when the people migrate to developed countries, the land is exposed to floods, and the afforestation is also a major phenomena that took place in near time when rural people migrates. And last point is rural development. And yes, this is I find in my study that rural development happened at a greater pace because of the rural
Thank you.
depopulation in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Any other points you would like to add to? You can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much.
First thing is that whenever there is migration, there needs to be a cause of the migration or the reason why people migrate. Most of the time in rural areas, people do not have adequate means for their education, for their livelihood. Only agriculture and the animal rearing is there. So if in case anybody would like to diversify their profession or for the purpose of education, they have to migrate within the country and outside the country as well. So, due to this basic fact, most of the people, when they migrate, they leave a vacuum in rural areas, and that vacuum is filled by the retirees which are living in villages, or the elderly which were not able to go there, and they are just in continuing the agricultural services. I would like to add some points from my pilot study which I have did in the rural area. So, the main reason was in North Haryana, basically the youth after 12th they start to migrate till graduation, then post graduation, and if they are not able to do so, they will migrate for their within country as well, if not so in the international migration, and that leads to depopulation of the rural area and change in demography. There are a few villages which have actually no population of the young voters. So when the MLA or MP goes there, they just plan the schemes which are beneficial to the elderly population. Since the demography has changed and the voter dynamics has been changed, so those elderly living there, they are going back to the joint family system again, which was broken when the migration was not there. Since their kids are not there, they start to live, reside or depend on the care on their kids of their brothers and sisters, their nephews and nieces, and that's how the joint family system is re-emerging in those areas where the migration is more common. Another thing which lead to depopulation is that when one person of the family migrates, the tendency is that that person would like to take their wife and children with them, and if possible their parents as well. So when they do so, they leave their everything behind and they migrate. Plus the policies of the countries where people migrate, they also allow is, you all must be aware of the rule of blood. When you are permanent citizen of a country, or you are acquiring the citizen of that particular country, you are able to uh, sponsor till the third degree or second degree your blood relatives, and it will be easier for them to get visas. So because of that policy also, people are leaving the rural areas and going there. Moreover, the healthcare condition in the rural hinterlands in India is not so well developed, and the elderly population whose sons or daughters in Western countries, they are aware of much more better techniques and healthcare facilities. So they also want their parents to be treated there, and that's also reason that when the people who are crippled or facing some disease, they also try to migrate to the foreign land. So these are the few points which are leading to the depopulation of the villages in rural areas, not only India but everywhere else. But the difference is that nowadays in Haryana, the return migration rate is very low. So once the people leave, they leave for the permanent. They leave with the target in mind that we are leaving this country permanently, and more so in the case of illegal migration, because if you are migrating illegally, the chances of you returning back to your country are slim. So all these factors combined, and they lead to the depopulation in rural areas, and we are facing it day to day in our lives. And another thing which yesterday Rajesh Gill ma'am said, that was also true in case of Haryana as well, in northern part, that the schools don't have children, or the colleges, maybe colleges, private colleges, there used to be a particular industry of private colleges after 10 plus 2 for nursing, for polytechnical, for all those purposes, for engineering colleges you can find everywhere. Here you have the colleges of education as well, but that industry was getting flopped because people were not going there. Instead, they will take admission in government universities, and if they are not able to do so, they will go outside. So the colleges are empty all over there. So this industry is also coming down with that. So that's how I would like to, explain the situation of depopulation in rural areas, particularly in Haryana.
And consequences of depopulation.
Consequences as well.
Thank you. That was good. I'd like to kind of just comment and summarize. Yeah, please do.
If I'm not wrong, I did hear that you said when people migrate, they tend to take their families.
Yeah.
And Deepak, on the other hand, said women are more agriculturally indulged in the activities, and they are there in rural areas, and the male are not. Don't you think that?
I specifically mentioned Shefali, Nepal, in Nepal.
Yeah.
Specifically mentioned Nepal, and he is talking about Haryana only. So,
Context is specific.
I would like to add one thing. First of all, it's geography specific. Then another thing is that not only it is specific to certain area, but where there is labor is not even done by in Haryana, you will see that the agriculture labor is not even done by the men, let alone the women. So it is mostly dependent upon the migrant laborers from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, irrespective of the gender. So when people are depending upon them, so
Thank you. I just want to clarify a few things. I think both presentations, in my understanding, are correct. This paper on Nepal agriculture, feminization of agriculture, that was written some times ago. It wasn't me. It was my colleague I know who does work on agriculture and migration and agriculture, abandonment of rural areas, and women have no choice but to kind of grow vegetables and grain and survive. But gradually, because of urbanization, they move into urban centers, and rural areas getting really empty completely. How the land is getting just completely abandoned, and houses padlocked, and weed growing in their garden and everything else. So that was probably about 10-15 years ago, that same area where that research was done had changed now. So we heard that it's very context specific and time is specific as well. And yours is more contemporary. Yes, in Haryana. People migrate, sometimes they take their family with them, and until they, if they're not settled in destination country or destination place, wherever it is, they can't take, and the family get left behind anyway. There are lots of areas to discuss. So
key issue is that in Haryana we have like absentee landlordism type of agriculture. People generally don't go there in their own field. They get it done by the help of labor or machines. So in the case of Nepal, that is not so, because Nepali people till their own soil. So this is also a difference.
And also those that paper was based on hilly area
where their land is small.
The land is small. And you really have to work very hard to grow for survival.
And you cannot use like modern machinery like tractors and combining on the hilly areas.
They're coming now, but it's not like for very fertile, and again the landscape is changing. So
Yesterday, Professor Rani has also highlighted that migration is very, very content specific. So
yeah,
you cannot,
and even the same area, the situation has changed. And
our countries like towns, there were the county, and losses were the greatest in the depopulating counties, among which 80% lost population, reflecting the cumulative impact of natural decrease and widespread out migration. Out migration is also very, very, very much violent there because of, we can say, people who are in the farmlands, they are living in the rural areas, but who want to get the urban facilities, they are moving from the cities, who are the basically the five, which are the Michigan and area, uh, all the areas. And the third one is the in America, rural population in the Kansas farm counties of Jewels, Osborne, Republic, and Smith situated along the Nebraska-Kansas border and far removed from the urban scene. In 1900, nearly 66,000 people lived and farmed in these counties. The population has declined ever since, and by 2016, 14,800. Since the population of America is not too much as compared to India and China, India is leading population country in the world. But what we can see that 66,000 to 14,000 population has how much it has declined in the USA due to only the out migration. This migration is not a forced migration; is totally a migration by the full defects because people want to the urban facilities and they enjoy all the facilities. So this is the basically example from the USA and talking about the how depopulation from the rural area is not a context or a region specific. It is through all over the world it applicable. Thank you so much.
thank you. Thank you. We had another point. Thank you. Third point, and with that, the depopulation and in rural areas in Nepal, for example, the school you mentioned, primary school are closing because there are no children in the village, in rural areas, people moving to urban center. Depopulation is not always related to international migration, but more kind of urbanization, related to urbanization. Similar thing happening in Scotland, for example. Primary schools are closing, and bus routes are closing because there are not many people in rural areas anymore. So the buses running empty, kind of go from A to B empty. So they stopped the route, for example, bus routes. Yeah, they are very relevant to in South Asian context as well. Students population decreasing in rural Nepal, decreasing in rural Scotland, for example, and rural India. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for point number 2, brain drain? You wanted 2 minutes, you got 20. So group number 2, you ready to talk about brain drain? The concern, key concern. Sorry? You want to go last? Okay. Right. Number 4. She wants to do for. Number 4, global care crisis. No presenter here.
No, they're presented as well. Another topic. Actually, groups have taken topics by themselves. Okay. So it's not according to the number.
Oh, okay.
They've taken it by themselves.
So who took the global care crisis topic?
Nobody.
They didn't. It's a very important.
Yeah.
Important.
Any idea what is global care crisis? Any idea?
Yes. Global care crisis basically talking about the when population is increasing and migrating for one place. Like people want to go from the rural area to live in Mumbai. I taking about example Mumbai. So there is a more overburden on the healthcare systems. So healthcare system is totally collapsed sometimes because in a place that is ghetto, people living they have not much carrying capacity of that area. But more than people are leaving that place. So there is a more pressure on the healthcare system, and healthcare system collapse at peak time. In India, we can say that in COVID era, we have seen that how Indian healthcare system has been collapsed. So it is totally, there also a factor that migration people, because going from the rural area to urban areas, living one place, and that is the over creating a situation of the overburden of the healthcare system, and this is the collapse basically.
Radha is an expert on global care crisis.
I think you were going to say something, were you? Global care crisis. Yeah.
No, actually, my colleague has actually explained that very well, but I would just add that care crisis actually because when the young people move out of the places, the remaining population is mostly elderly or the children.
Yeah.
We both need care. And for taking care of them, we don't have as much of young people over there. Like mothers and fathers both are migrating. Mothers are migrating in case of Philippines, or fathers are migrating in the rest of the world. So that leads to a care crisis to the children or the elderly which are left in their household.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is. For example, all these nurses and care workers made moving to work from South India, for example, moving to work in the Gulf or to America, and who is looking after their children and elderly and sick people? That's kind of care deficit. We're losing people who care for the family. And also in developed countries, for example, developed or rich countries like America, they have a care crisis as well, because only women care is perceived as women's work. It's like almost stereotypical, but it has been a women's work. When women started working in formal sector, going out to do some jobs, for example, teaching, or in other industry, they leave their children behind. They need somebody, some support to look after their children and elderly, say American women entering to other jobs. Then women from low income countries, middle income countries will go there to look after somebody else's child or children or family, to provide care, work as a maid or helper, and then leaving their own behind. So there is a chain, care chain, that is called global care chain, and it has been like described as care crisis because we need more carer now with the increased population, like life expectancy, and nobody to look after elderly and children at home. Okay, just very briefly about global care crisis. So, who is? Yes, please. Yes.
So actually, this whole idea of migration, came to my mind because I am one of the person working on this global care chain care crisis issue, because we have a lot of migration of especially health workers, like you're saying. So it is not necessary that there is a collapse of the health system, then only there will be migration, because the care crisis exists at different level. One is like in the population, people, we know that there is a lot of elderly population in the developed countries, so there is lack of health workers, especially people who will look after this elderly population. And we have the concept of care homes also. So many health workers from the developing countries, they migrate to work to fill the gaps with respect to these health workers in hospitals and in these nursing homes, these care homes, where they work as care workers. So yesterday we were discussing about women going from India or other places on student visa, or some other route. So what yeah, so that's what it's a global that's what she was saying, like women in developed countries are moving out of their home to work, and that care part which they were doing earlier is being replaced by women from the developing countries and doing the same work. See, the domestic labor, that domestic work is being replaced by another set of women. So this is a gender issue. So there is a GCC model that we see with respect to this, global care crisis. So we refer to that GCC model, and on basis of that, how we see there is a movement of workers, especially women, gender, from the developing countries to the developed nations. So we have work on that, and you can check it further. There's a lot of work actually. I don't want to get
That is one of the key concerns of international migration currently. Okay, particularly from South Asia, because lots of women migrate to work in the Gulf. And other rich countries like Japan, for example, they have declining population as well because of low birth rate and like increasing life expectancy. There's like super elderly people there. They need women and or care workers from other countries to look after their children. And like Philippines is a good example. You said that's really, I think we covered quite a bit in that topic. Next one, let's move on to migrant death, injuries, and ill treatment. Yeah, great. Are you coming here? Okay, yeah. Oh, it's almost 11:30. Maybe after this, because they're already, they're already here. We can just discuss the remaining. You can please sit down. Yeah. Okay.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Today we are going to give presentation on the migration, death, injuries, and ill treatments. So, firstly, we go through the introduction. Irregular migration has emerged as a critical global challenges, often exposing migrants to life-threatening condition, exploration, and serves human right violation. This study examines the death, injuries, and ill treatment of migrants using unauthorized routes, with a specific focus on the recent 2024 deportation of the Indian national from the United States. Through this case, the research highlight the systematic violence embedded in broader control mechanisms and the social political neglect faced by the migrant before, during, and after the further journey. So let's move toward the what is migration and why it's happened. We already know about migration, but still I want to introduce. I want to say something about migration. Migration is the movement of people from one place to another, usually across geographical boundaries, with the intention of settling temporary or permanently in a new location. There are the types of migration, which is the internal migration and the international migration. Why does migration happen? Migration happen due to a mixed push and pull factor, which we already studied through yesterday session. Push factor is related to the political conflicts happen, the disaster, which push the people to go from another country, to migrate from their own country to another countries. The other one is the pull factor, reason people are attached to a new places, better job opportunities. Basically, in this factor, people nations. So now move toward the context of people trying to enter countries like Canada, the USA, and UK or European through illegal means. Yesterday, Professor Gill ma'am explained us about the Punjab students who go from their own state to the another state, another country, because they want to study in outside. Their mentality is that to go outside and study there. What forces people force to adopt dirty routes like economic pressures, unemployment or underemployment in home countries, low wages and no job securities, desire to escape poverty and support family through remittance. Second one is the limitation legal migration options, strict visa rules, immigrant policy in Western countries, long and uncertain waiting periods for legal migration, lack of education or documentation to qualify for skill value. There is another factors is like social pressure and status symbols. In many regions like Punjab, Haryana, and Bihar, going abroad to sea as a status symbol. Family expect young people to settle abroad and send money home. Success story of neighborhood or relative who migrate create pressure. So if someone go from the if from the certain family to go outside and live there, so the motivation is come to the that family member that yes, I also want to go abroad to study, to stay there. So this is also the important factor that people migrate from one place to another. Influence of agent human struggle. Agents give false promises of easy migration and job abroad. They lure people by saying visa. They normally say that visa ना हो तो क्या हुआ? It's okay. रास्ता तो हमारे पास हमेशा रहता ही है. So basically, people try to prefer to take the donkey routes, the illegal routes to go from the another country because they are economic. They are not economically well. So that's why they choose that route. By choosing that route, they faces a lot of issues related, just like they faces like human trafficking and related to this health issues, and women also faces a lot of problem. And because of that illegal routes, the number of people being died at the journey of the when they go from one country to another. So the smuggler agent often lie about the journey, claiming it's safe or guaranteed. Change human amount 10 to 30 lakhs or more, and people sell land, take loans. So basically, people are sell their lands and take a loans for go to one country to another, and taking the illegal routes. Which is very harmful for them, but still they are taking because they want a economic opportunity, good educations, and because they are not afford to go by legal manner, that's why they take the donkey routes. Life after reaching the destination, often live in fear of deportation, work as a cheap labor in illegal or exploitative job, paid less than minimum wage, no medical insecure or labor rights. So basically, when they reach their destination, they are not sure. That's like it's not compulsory they got the good life, and they faces a lot of problems there, just like related to household where they live, and the discrimination they face by the country government. So there is one of the example related to recently incident of there is a citizen of India. His name is Akash, and he is from Karnal, Haryana. He go he go through the donkey routes in US, but because of there is recently one of another case related to US where sent the 50 illegal immigrants to India, and he's also one of them in that members, and he's like he used that route because he feel like he want to live there and want to stay there. He want a good opportunity for their family members, but he can't. But he that's why he used that route to go another country like US. So there is another case, Drain Gap, South America. Hundreds of Indians and South Asian migrants have attempted the dangerous jungle crossing between Columbus and Panama. So basically, people mostly prefer to go through the forest route and to save their money and the another case study is the Mexico and Eastern Europe, draining inhuman campus, suffer from injuries due to abuse, fall, starvation, or the wild animal attacks. So mostly people also use the Mexico and Eastern Europe to go from the another country to use illegal things, but still they using that by like they using that because I'm very nervous.
Oh, don't go ahead. You're doing absolutely fine. Yeah, here you are. Have some water. Because the legal routes are not available for them, they have to use whatever route is there, basically. Yeah. Good.
We have the session on Dundee migration.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it will. This is not the closing, like topic. Closing of any topic. It will continue. So
Sorry, ma'am, for this.
thank you.
Really
Oh
sorry.
no, you done absolutely fine. Really good.
Thank you.
कल मैं एक आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था इसी से रिलेटेड कि जो साउथ एशिया के जो अपने कंट्री आसपास जैसे इंडिया हो गया, नेपाल हो गया, बांग्लादेश हो गया, पाकिस्तान हो गया, वहाँ के लोग जब माइग्रेट करके जाते हैं, इलीगल हो या लीगली जाते हैं, तो उनको कई सारे इशू फेस करना पड़ता है। जैसे पहला जो सबसे बड़ा इशू होता है कि वो जहाँ काम करते हैं उनको लो वेजेस पे काम मिलता है, तब सैलरी उतनी नहीं मिलती है जैसे जो स्किल होते हैं, हाईली स्किल लेबर होते हैं, उनको ज़्यादा मिलता है एज़ कम्पेयर टू जो स्किल उनके पास ज़्यादा नहीं होता है। और वर्किंग आवर जो होता है उनका बहुत ही ज़्यादा होता है। जैसे हमारे इंडिया में 8 घंटा कर लिया ज़्यादा, ये 10 घंटा काम कर लिया पर डे का तो ज़्यादा हो जाता है। वहाँ पर कई दफ़ा 16 17 घंटे, यहाँ तक कि 18 घंटे भी चल सकता है। मैं यूट्यूब पर वीडियो देख रहा था जो कि BBC का था और एक इंडिया टीवी करके न्यूज़ है, उस पर दिखाया जा रहा था। तो कुछ वर्कर है जो काफ़ी परेशान थे, वो बता रहे थे कि हमारे साथ जो जिस तरह का व्यवहार किया जा रहा है वो तब उनको बर्दाश्त नहीं हो पा रहा था। वर्किंग कंडीशन तो हाई थी, जहाँ वो रह रहे थे वहाँ का सिचुएशन भी ख़राब था। 45 डिग्री पर रूम में रहा करते थे। कम से कम 45 से 40 वर्कर को मैं उस वीडियो में देखा, एक जगह बैठे थे, वो अपनी अपनी कंडीशन बता रहे थे कि उनको किस प्रकार का जो प्रॉब्लम वगैरह हो रहा है, यही था। और एक आर्टिकल पढ़ा था, रिसर्च आर्टिकल, जिसका टाइटल है हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ नेपालीस माइग्रेंट्स वर्किंग इन 3 गल्फ कंट्री, जिसमें कतर, सऊदी और UAE है। और ये जो आर्टिकल है सुरेश जोशी और 2 ऑथर थे जो मिलकर लिखे हैं। इसमें उन्होंने कम से कम 408 जो नेपाली से उनका वो इंटरव्यू या केस स्टडी थी, तो उनमें उन्होंने पाया कि जो आधा से ज़्यादा है जो नेपालीस थे, उनको कई सारी समस्याओं का प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे थे। पहला तो सर में ज़्यादा दर्द और ज़्यादा घंटे काम करना, और ऊपर से जहाँ वो काम करते उनको 6 घंटा पहले निकलना पड़ता था, और मेंटली वो मतलब ज़्यादा परेशान रहा करते थे। और इस टाइप की जो इशूज है देखने को मिला। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you. That was good. Just summarizing this point, migrants' death, injury, ill treatment. People are vulnerable. Migrants are vulnerable wherever they are, not just in the Gulf or irregular migrants, but even regular migrants are also vulnerable because they lose their social support network when they move, and all the discriminatory practices that affects them at work and also in society where they live. One thing, and unskilled and irregular are doubly vulnerable. Yeah, and we heard all the stories and everything, so it will continue. We got more case studies I will be presenting a bit later about like death, injuries, ill treatment. I think we'll have a quick break. Yeah.
Just to add to what you were saying, so this is a problem which migrants face because they are bound to be dependent to take whatever they get. So they don't have the bargaining power which
Yeah.
a native would have compared to the other people. So they are bound. Plus the kind of policies, the social support system, the government policies which are supporting in nature to the natives are not available even for work. Even if they are working for 10 years, 15 years, still they may not be eligible for that kind of social support policies from the government. Suppose they fall, in America, there is disability allowance, there is unemployment allowance, there are multiple allowances which may be given to a native but it will not be available to a migrant worker who's living there for years and contributing towards the economy. So that kind of differences will always be there.
Yeah, and also they don't have the right information and they don't understand the right channel to go through to claim all the benefits, even they're allowed and they're entitled to. Just the lack of information and lack of support networks makes them more vulnerable, puts them in vulnerable position. Okay, let's it's 11:45 now.
Yeah.
It's a half an hour break.
Yeah.
12:15 we'll continue with brain drain. We got a few more to go through, and then after that we'll start new topic. Okay. 20?
Yeah, and then we go for lunch and then we come back at lunch.
Okay. So thank you all for sharing your ideas and
Hello.
To start.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for
Brain drain.
coming here and discussing brain drain next. You want to come here? Do you want to go there? We'll have to use this microphone.
Accident.
It's not working.
It's not supposed to be sounding. It is supposed to sit like there.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and professors and respected scholars and my colleagues and my juniors, everyone. I'm happy to be here having a given opportunity to talk on the topic brain drain today. So I will just have a little bit introduction and then I will go some points like over what are the potential benefits of brain drain and then what are the drawbacks of brain drain and then I will go little other terms related to brain drain like brain gain and brain waste and brain rotting and brain drainage, and after that I'm going to talk about some definitions. Maybe it's like one or two or three or four definitions like that from different ones, and then I will talk about how brain drain occur in several levels or the several forms, and then I will go into effects of brain drain, and then I will go about the measures of brain, how to reduce the and take the measures to reduce brain drain. So it's a brief introduction about my topic. So now I will start actually what is brain drain. So can I, if I'm not wrong, anyone can answer what is brain drain? I just want to get activated you. Okay, let me do. So brain drain is the migration of highly skilled and educated individuals from one country to another country, typically seeking better opportunities and living conditions. Another definition is also there: loss of individuals within a country, perhaps leaving different sectors or even other industry. And if I go for another form of definition also, it's like migration of skilled and educated individuals from one country to another, developing to developed countries. And then what are the causes of brain drain? So if I talk about the causes of brain drain, factors like lack of opportunities, low salaries, better working conditions, and political instability in source country can lead to brain drain. Okay, and then what are the consequences of brain drain? Brain drain negatively impact source countries' economic growth and innovation, and benefiting the receiving country. And then I go for the potential benefits of a brain drain. Brain drain led influx of skilled labor and innovation and the benefiting economic growth. For migrants, it's like brain drain of a chance for professionals to improve the career, earn high salaries, and enjoy better living conditions. And what are the drawbacks of brain drain? If we talk about brain drain drawbacks, that is for source countries. Drawback for source countries, it's like brain drain can result in loss of skilled labor and innovation and the negative impact on economic growth. And about
for the diaspora. Drawback for diaspora. It's like brain drain can create sense of disconnection from home country and challenged into new culture. Okay, these are the drawbacks of brain drain. And now I want to mention, I already mentioned in my introduction that I'm going to talk about brain drain and brain waste and reverse brain drain and brain rotting and brain drainage. Then what is brain gain? Brain gain is a reverse brain drain and skilled individuals return home country can benefit for source country. Okay, and then what is brain waste? Situation where country highly skilled individuals are underutilized and remain unemployed even though they have valuable skills. I'm sorry, it's valuable skills. And then reverse brain drain. Okay, the phenomenon, I just want to make you note down these like words, at least brain gain, brain waste, and the reverse brain drain, because these words will come and will give you some knowledge about it. And then reverse brain drain. What is a reverse brain drain? The phenomenon, skilled individuals returning to home country after going abroad. And then what is about brain rotting? It's a brain rot. It is actually a slang term used nowadays, like used online, and describe negative impact of excessive consumption of low quality and mind numbing. It's like mind numbing and content. And then what is brain drainage? Now I'm come to brain drainage. It's actually a biological term, I think, if you know it. So it is a surgical procedure to drain excess cerebrospinal fluid from ventricles fluid filled cavity in your brain. Okay, it's a science term. We need to work on it because we are sociologists. And then what about brain drain? When it's like brain drain occur, I already mentioned in brain drain and levels, right? So now I will go into the brain drain of organizational level and industrial level, and then we pursue it. So brain drain result from political turmoil, okay, and most favorable professional opportunities elsewhere. So and brain drain is also perceived for better working and better payment and benefits, upward mobility in another company or another industry, but not in the home country. Okay, and then best way to reduce brain drain is about to boost the government. We don't want to lose our intellectual brains from our country, right? So we need to take the step like boosting the government, and then individuals might move for work or better standard of living to another countries, right? So where we are losing the intellectual brains and the professionals in medicine and in engineering and so other professions. And I'm here to mention another simple definition, or we can say small definition, like the term used for brain drain is used for departure of professionals, including like as I just mentioned, doctors, healthcare workers, and scientists and engineers. Okay, and then I think you're following, right? Okay, and then brain drain also occur. I mentioned that brain drain occur in several levels and several forms. So now I'm here to talk about geographic brain drain and organizational brain drain and industrial brain drain. So first one is geographic brain drain. What is geographic brain drain? It's a talented professionals flee from one country or region for better and more opportunities. And then organizational brain drain. It is about talent working from one company because of instability in that company or lack of opportunity within the company. They are moving to other countries. And then I'm here to mention about third one, industrial brain drain. What is industrial brain drain? It happens when skilled workers exist only one company but an entire country. Okay, and then now I'm going to effects of brain drain. Brain drain end up with dearth of human capital. We are losing the human capital from our home country, right? So can I know what is human capital? Anyone? It's like the resource of human capacities, abilities of human resource, and the human capital that we have in our country. And then another effect of brain drain is loss of revenue for our country. When people are of high skilled, when they are moving from our country, we are lacking economic growth and also revenue. And then I'm here to mention about then what we have to do to, and what are the measures that we have to take to reduce the brain drain. So I will mention 5 points. Increase investment into areas of economy and offer competitive wages, and then payment to legal and social reforms, and then improve quality housing solution for the people. So these are the measures that we need to take as a part of our home country to make the brain drain stopped, and we take the measures to keep them here, right? So this is the small and the thing about the brain drain. I hope you people get it some information, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to have questions and queries. Yeah, you can ask me questions. And thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Come again. Okay. I mentioned it right. Brain drain is about the professionals and intellectual that we are lacking, and that they are moving from our. Oh, it's not a scientific term, okay? It's like another word, like not another word for brain drain. It's like related words, like brain gain, brain drain, and brain rotting, and brain. I think I just 1 second. I have to brain drainage. It's brain drainage, okay? It is a biology term. It is a biology term, not a scientific term, okay? If I'm sorry if I mentioned it as a scientific term, but it is a biological term, which was used in surgical procedures, like to drain excess cerebrospinal fluid from ventricles cavity in your brain. So I also need to take. In this context, it has not anything to do it with I'm sorry, nothing to do in this topic, okay? Just I'm mentioning this word as it is also one related word that we can take from biology into social sciences. I hope you get it. Yeah. If it is not
I can see what you're trying to say, but I hope everybody else can see it as well. It's not related to human capital loss, but it's related to it's a medical term.
Yeah.
Basically, we have brain and we have cerebrospinal fluid in our brain. It goes down to our spine, and sometimes people have medical surgical procedure to do some tests of our brain and spinal cord, which is not related to loss of human capital.
But
yeah, just the language similarity.
Yeah.
Good. It's not related.
It's not related. That's why I mentioned already. We can discuss some related words.
Sounds similar.
Yeah.
It has meaning, of course, but not in social science, but in medical science. Yeah.
That's it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If any queries from your side also, I'm happy to have.
Sorry?
If you have any questions from your side also, I'm happy to have it.
No, I don't have any questions. It's absolutely fantastic. You covered quite a bit, and then also you talked about benefit of brain drain and loss and drawbacks of brain drain and all causes. It's a repeat. We have already talked about it.
Yes, ma'am.
From yesterday, we were kind of saying, but these terms are relevant to all context, of course. different definition, different context, geographical brain drain links with what we discussed this morning about depopulation in rural areas.
Yeah.
And industrial brain drain, like health sector, for example, lack of health workers in Indian hospitals. All these people going to work in Saudi, for example, that is industrial brain drain. Departure of the skilled professional. But I would like to also talk about, you mentioned something about reversing brain drain. Did you talk about it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a phenomenon.
Brain drain, the strategy you mentioned, they're quite important.
Ma'am, no.
It's not.
Ma'am, it's about the reverse brain drain, no? So, brain drain is we are locking the brains from our country. So, its reverse brain drain is like the brains that went to another countries again coming to our country and making here an impact again. So it's like they went once and they are coming back to our home country and contributing something to our homeland. So it is reverse brain drain.
It also is it's called brain circulation or brain recirculation. They call it like a circulation. It's brain circulation.
Yeah.
Skill circulation.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what makes them to
What makes them to migrate in this country? Why are European would migrate in the migrant?
Yeah. So if as a person from India, if I go, for example, if I go from India to another country like Africa, I go there and I develop myself and I get a good salary and I'm into some good position. I have money, lot of money, and it's like patriotism. We can say patriotism, or like we can say love for our country, home country. So I may think like once upon a time I want to go to my homeland and to contribute something because of the attachment that I have, the patriotism that I have, the love that I have to my home country.
Yeah.
And also there are a lot of factors like it comes with pandemic because this is corona के time में हम देखते हैं कि जब loss हुआ job का तो लोग वापस home come ये factor use हुआ and also इसमें भी development पर वो momentary रहा ना
But as for this now, I think there is no such policies, right? Yeah, and it is a case. It's like a case.
And if there are certain changes in the legislation of a particular country,
Okay.
in that case also, if it is like harming the interest of an individual,
Yeah.
if it's harming the interest of an individual, then they are bound to get back to their
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very interesting
But it's
discussion going on. Just one person at a time. Sorry, can you just summarize your point?
I told that if there are certain changes in the legislation of a particular country where these migrants are working, then they are bound to come back if their needs and interests are harmed.
Can I give two
But-
examples to support your point? That's related to your point. Just thank you so much. You can,
no, it's okay.
one is like Chinese government has a policy to attract their talent who migrated abroad before and then they've invited back home to like educated migrants to work in universities and to like scientists, for example, because you said you need to invest first and government has to invest first to attract all the talent. That's one example. When economy boosts, economy improves and they will come back. Again, we have culture that brings us back to homeland.
Yes.
Nationalistic ideas and identity, individual identity and family relationship. That's one Chinese example. And second one is Irish example. Apparently Ireland, particularly in Southern Ireland, lots of people migrated to the US when there was Irish famine years ago, a decade, century ago. Now Irish economy is boosting and they're becoming really rich since they joined the EU. Irish government is welcoming all the Irish old diaspora back home. And when they arrived, apparently stories I heard when I was in Ireland was when they arrived at the airport in Dublin, they given a letter, please stay. We provide you the salary you expect and the facilities because they can afford that. And Indians, I think Indian government is slowly heading that way because I mean, you can't expect overnight change, big change overnight. But for example, GIAN in this program, inviting foreign academics, and I was reading through the list who comes. I'm not Indian citizen, of course, but who is the foreign expert? And loads of experts are like Indian diaspora living in the US, for example. That's a small example, maybe a little bit relevant, maybe not 100%, but having network and attracting people from foreign countries. That is one of the brain circulation example of brain bank bringing back. Thank you so much. Any other questions? You said globalization and it will help to recirculate brain, of course, and mostly the economy. You have to invest, and people give them good salary, competitive wages, and they'll come back. And there are lots of supporting factors, such as culture and your relationship and your network and food for migrants. It's really important, apparently.
Yeah.
Wherever we go with our food habits, and when you come back to home countries, and you enjoy, you feel more relaxed. Of course. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Any suggestions about the?
I think you covered quite a lot. I wasn't expecting to cover that much on brain drain.
Okay.
But then think about the terms for everyone to think about brain circulation or reverse brain drain.
Okay.
Reversing back to
Okay.
home country. And
Mm.
brain gain is mainly for destination. They gain.
Yeah.
From somewhere else, some other country's brain or a skill or talent.
Mhm.
They gain that.
Yes, ma'am.
And brain banking is another term I've heard. When they promote migration, for example, the Philippines, they promote migration, educated, skilled professionals migration. Philippines have not heard so much, but there's definitely brain drain. But China,
But they are the strategic exporter of the migrants.
Yeah.
Philippines has a policy of being a strategic exporter, exporting nation.
if they're only focusing on exporting migrants,
Yes, ma'am.
but China is claiming, arguing, making this argument that Chinese will come back home, so they don't need to, like a world community, don't need to accuse us for losing our brain because our brain will come back. It's brain banking in the US or brain banking in other countries. And when you have something in bank, you can always withdraw and bring back,
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah.
This is Chinese argument.
Ma'am, is it keeping the people at one place? Like I can't get it. Like a brain.
No, not keeping people.
Oh.
It's kind of funny concept.
I'm sorry. Can you explain? Can you elaborate?
You put money in the bank.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you have lots of brain, talented brain,
Mhm.
you give it to some country.
Okay.
But like you withdraw money from the bank, you bring people back home.
Okay.
A simple analogy like that. It's a simple
So okay.
argument.
Okay. Okay.
But it's just argument.
Okay.
It's not really working. But they make it that claim.
Yes, ma'am.
But maybe it's working a little bit because they're trying to kind of bring their talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of, and they maybe a little bit. But China is a big country again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Oda.
Thank you so much. I know they're exceptional, aren't they? Because I've never seen any literature any work on like celebrity and all these international talents, for example. There are quite a few very, very famous scientists, Indian scientists in the US, and they're global talent. They're not like they probably don't even claim that they're Indian or US, American they don't fit in the box we discussed. They're evolving, and I think. Yeah.
I'm not talking about global citizens. I'm saying that most of the times we have quite many examples, those because of social media and everything.
Yeah.
That for higher education, people go out.
Yeah.
From high class society.
Yeah. Yeah.
They come back and
That is an example of temporary migration. They have access to their economic support. They have all that criteria fixed, so they go have a good education from standard university. Then they come here because they are established. They have established family there in certain fields. They're talking about everything, right?
no, there's also celebrities and high class society people. Like
That is a temporary migration.
It's like you're talking about what is this cricket player? Yeah, he's migrating around the world. It doesn't really fit in our discussion, does it? Because it's beyond our kind of class thing. And also there is some there's very famous scientist in surgeon in the US. He's a global scientist of course, but he was originally from India. And when America will claim him as American citizen, of course he's American citizen, and he don't see him as brain drain because his father was a doctor and when migrated to America. Atul Gawande, Atul Gawande, like it's a very very successful scientists, and they don't really fit in contemporary migration discussion or discourses or any theories. I see your point, but I can't really. I don't have the answer for.
what I can think of is it has a huge impact because
Of course.
social media
Yeah.
keep bringing our middle class society
Yeah.
and impacting
Of course, it has huge impact because if everybody like aspires to have that would become like these people.
kind of beneficial as well. Like if you have you gain skills, you gain good education, and you invest in your own home country, then it could be a very positive.
Absolutely, totally. Yeah, totally. Still not. I've not answered your question, but are you happy with the discussion? Yeah, I see your point, but yes, there could be role model for our economy and for our country and everything. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. You go ahead.
So a very gentle afternoon to everyone present here. As we have discussed a lot regarding this topic migration, beginning from the very basic level, its definition, and going on through various aspects like brain drain, then rural depopulation. So now I would like to discuss about the migration governance and cross-border migration, a challenging issue. To begin with, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has stated that migration is a fact of life and a force for good, emphasizing its potential for promoting knowledge exchange, economic growth, and cooperation. But there is also another aspect of it, that is the challenges that are faced. So the Migration Governance Indicators, a global perspective report released by International Organization for Migration in 2019, distills a crucial insight regarding migration governance from data gathered across 49 countries from 2015 to 2019. The report serves as a tool to assess and improve the national migration governance in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically focusing on ensuring safe and orderly migration through well-established policies, and this particular Sustainable Development Goal under Target 10.7. The report emphasizes the adoption of humane migration principles, the establishment of migration governance framework, that is MIGOF, and the application of 90 migration governance indicators across 6 foundational domains. Rather than ranking countries, the MGI, that is the migration governance indicator, intends for national self-assessment, recognizing governance gaps and providing a benchmark for progress. Some key findings from the report highlights the state of migrants' rights, government policies towards migration, and the effectiveness of partnership and strategies in place. Approximately 43% of countries offer health services to migrants regardless of their legal status, while only 39% have specific migration strategies aligned with the national development plans. The report underscores the importance of recognizing and promoting the well-being of migrants, but notes that many countries lack robust mechanisms to support them during crisis, particularly in addressing the climate-induced mobility. In moving forward, the report calls for a comprehensive, cohesive migration governance policies that integrate, emigrate, and immigrate, foster awareness, and recognize the diverse local challenges faced in governance. The MGI, the Migration Governance Indicators process, is initiated by the IOM, that is the International Organization for Migration, to facilitate the contextual assessments that help nations identify areas for improvement, suggesting a collaborative framework for effective migration governance. So now emphasizing a little bit upon the key insights of this report. The first one is a comprehensive approach towards migration. The report emphasizes that migration governance must be holistic, integrating immigration and emigration perspectives. Many countries still adopt a fragmented approaches, leading to inconsistencies in policy implementation and migrant treatment. A comprehensive strategy is needed that encompasses the entirety of migration dynamics, factoring in international cooperation while addressing local challenges. The other aspect is data collection shortcomings. While the Migration Governance Indicator reports presents new data on migration governance, there remains significant gaps in consistent data collection, especially regarding the demographic disaggregation. This absence impacts the ability of nations to create informed policies that can adapt to the varied needs of diverse migrant populations. It underlines the urgency for countries to enhance their data collection efforts, which should not only include census but also the ongoing monitoring and evaluation systems. Now, moving on to the next part, the rights of migrants. The findings reveal that many countries uphold migrants' rights to healthcare. However, they often fail to provide comprehensive protections in other areas. While 43% of countries allow access to health services regardless of legal status, broader protections for the employment and economic integrations are lacking and can vary significantly depending on the legal framework of each country. The other aspect is interagency cooperation. The migration governance indicators findings indicate that only 55% of the countries have a clearly defined migration strategies, with many lacking interdepartmental coordinations mechanisms to maximize their effectiveness. This underlines the need for a cohesive national policy that incorporates multiple government layers and sectors, ensuring that migration governance is supported uniformly. The other aspect is partnerships with non-state actors such as the non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, pressure groups, etc. While 47% of countries are involving diaspora communities in policy making, the report suggests a lack of systematic integration of these key actors into the broader governance framework. Enhancing the role of non-state actors can lead to a better policy outcomes, especially in aligning migration policies with community needs. The second last aspect is crisis management gaps. The report highlights that over half of the countries lack explicit strategies to assist migrants during crisis, indicating a significant area of improvement for migration governance. Experts suggest that as migration continues to evolve due to global crisis, whether they be political or environmental, the nations require robust, clear policies that address immediate migrant needs during such emergencies. The last part is the sustainable development goal connections. The migration governance indicators act as a supportive framework for aligning with the SDGs, especially in ensuring humane and rights-driven migration governance. However, the report shows that many countries still have varying strategies for human trafficking and remittance management, emphasizing the need for a broader alignment and comprehensive approach that unify governance efforts under the SDG umbrella. Now I would like to welcome my partner Himanshi to carry on the discussion.
Now we shall discuss the essential elements ensuring orderly, safe and responsible migration through effective policies. It outlines 3 principles and 3 objectives under the migration governance framework. The principles include promoting the socio-economic well-being of migrants and society, addressing migration during crisis, and ensuring migration occurs safely with dignity. These principles create conditions for managing migration effectively, benefiting both migrants and society. The 3 objectives are aimed at adhering to international standards, using evidence-based policies, and engaging with partners to tackle migration issues. The relationship between emergency situations, rehabilitation, and migration is emphasized. The international community acknowledges the need to provide emergency assistance to support long-term development, ensuring that relief transitions smoothly into rehabilitation. Economic growth is also highlighted as vital for disaster preparedness and resilience. The migration governance framework seeks to clearly present elements of good migration governance, aiming to ensure that migration is humane and orderly. Principle 1 stresses the importance of respecting international laws and migrants' rights, which should apply to everyone within a state's territory. This includes combating discrimination and ensuring access to protection. Principle 2 asserts that migration policies should be based on evidence and adopt a whole-of-government approach. Comprehensive data and analysis on various aspects of migration must guide these policies, including demographies, internal displacement, and labor markets. A state should recognize migration's links to factors like climate change and develop policies that consider the multiple sectors influenced by migration. Principle 3 emphasizes the need for strong partnerships among various stakeholders involved in migration, such as governments, local communities, and organizations. Good governance in migration requires collaboration to develop effective strategies and broadens understanding. Now I will discuss the major objectives of International Organization for Migration regarding cross-border migration and governance. Objective 1 aims to advance the socio-economic well-being of migrants and society. Factors like poverty and instability can push individuals to migrate under unsafe conditions. Addressing these drivers by promoting stability, education, and job opportunities can help individuals choose whether to migrate or stay. Objective 2 focuses on effective responses to crises affecting mobility. Millions of individuals are displaced due to disasters, indicating the long-lasting effects of crisis on migrants and communities. Concerted international action is necessary to support those affected and address the root causes of these crises. Objective 3 highlights the need for safe, orderly, and dignified migration. This involves migrating risk during the movement of people and maintaining the integrity of migration schemes. Cross-border health measures and cooperation among migration, law and security agencies are crucial for addressing issues like irregular migration and other transitional crimes. Now Ashish will come and discuss further.
Thank you, Himanshi. Now we are moving towards challenges in implementing policies on cross-border migration. First one is political and geopolitical challenges, sovereignty concerns. Countries prioritizing border control often resisting external pressure to adopt more open migration policies. Bilateral, multilateral disputes, conflicting interest between origin and transit and destination countries can hinder cooperation. Populist and anti-immigration sentiments, rising nationalism in some countries leads to stricter policies, making consensus difficult. Another one is economic and labor market challenges, demand versus resistance. While some economics needs migrants labor, example healthcare and agriculture, local workers may oppose migration due to job competition fear. And informal labor market, many migrants work in unregulated sectors, making policies informants sorry enforce, enfor, enforcement difficult. So the cost of integration, providing houses, healthcare, and education for migrants strain public resources. Third one is legal and administrative challenges and the complex bureaucracies. Lengthy procedures and visa system creates backlogs. Inconsistent policies, frequent policies shifts, example sudden border closures, disrupt migration management, and there is a lack of standardization. Different countries have varying asylums and work permit rules, leading to confusion for the migrants. Human rights and ethical concern, refugee protection. Balancing order security with obligation under international law, refugee convention, exploiting and trafficking, reinforcements, weak, weak reinforcements allows human trafficking and forced labor to thrive. Detention conditions, overcrowded migrants detention centers raise human rights issues. Logistically and operational challenges, border surveillance, large large remote area, example US, Mexico, and these are hard to monitor. Smuggling networks, criminal activities, criminal organization adapt quickly to policy changes. Return and deportation issues, may many countries resist taking back deported migration due to political and economic reasons. So, moving towards conclusion, the Migration Governance Indicator, a global perspective report, serves a pivotal resource for the understanding and enhancing global migration governance system. Through careful examination of national policies and frameworks, it highlights significant gaps and opportunities within the migration governance, urging countries to adopt inclusive strategies that consider the complexities of migration patterns. And the report advocates for ongoing assessment and adoption. It stresses the importance of stakeholder engagement and building strong partnerships among governments, civil societies, and diaspora communities. By fostering a collaborative approach rooted in data-driven insights and holistic global development framework, the finding not only illuminate the state of migration governance, but also provide a roadmap for continuous improvement tailored into unique needs of each country. And its migrants conveying the crucial message that no individual should be left behind in the pursuit of coherent and effective migration governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody? Migration governance. What do we understand by the term migration governance?
Managing how the migration flows actually govern, framing the policies for migrants, both in the host and destination countries.
It's about international migration. Okay, again, it's not national, but within country, but international migration, how to manage them. And I've heard the word, we all heard that word, safe, orderly, and dignified migration. These are new terms coming up. They didn't exist 10 years ago. Now they're kind of focusing on how to make migration safe, orderly, so people are using the right channel, not going, avoiding or going through the route, for example. Safe, and then they are safe, orderly, and dignified, and they're respected. Migrants are respected. These are the kind of terms associated with migration governance. And there again, there are guidelines and there are policies, but again, we heard that this morning, there are soft guidelines, soft laws, and it's really difficult to enforce those regulations. And people have different views, and people, you talked about the nationalistic and protectionist, and we don't want the migrant to come and take our jobs, for example, and that doesn't make it dignified and respectful migration, does it? It's a difficult one. These are the enforcement is a challenge. It's not just like having a document, written document there for people to use or implement in relation to migration governance, but you need multi-sectoral approach. Local people should accept, welcome migrants as well. And there are government guidelines, but if the local people don't accept and they are hostile towards migrants, they are not safe or dignified, respectful migration governance. And you need CSO community organizations, non-governmental organizations to collaborate and cooperate with migration governance, which is lacking. At least something is coming up. 10 years ago, these documents didn't exist, for example. Now they are becoming kind of new word, new ideas for migration governance. And that's, I think,
Yeah, it's the latest report
yeah,
in 2019.
yeah, they've done a good job, and hope it gives you kind of understanding of complexity related to migration governance. There are some other areas we will continue, and they will be relevant to this topic again: migration governance, how to manage migration at the global level. And countries have different approaches. Some are kinder to migrants, and others are not. All these human rights we talked about, they're not all kind of respected by all government policies. It's all kind of, there is no standardized regulation or policy. For example, migrants should have right to health care, and not all countries provide health care to migrants. For example, UK was one of the kind of very generous towards migrants, but in recent years, even they are very susceptible, like they suspect migrants, and it's not simple for migrants to get health care in the UK.
So why is there a need to reduce to the migration? Without any laws to administrative governance, why is there a need?
Because the need is migrants are treated badly, and migrant rights organizations are coming out to speak for them. I had a slide yesterday. All these people dying on the route, like going from one country to another. All these Afghan migrants.
But that they have chosen it for themselves. So, like the route they have chosen it. So they will continue to do so even if there is a strong administration controlling the migration.
No, not all. We can't generalize it. Not all.
If we have like laws and the administrative rights better, then it will give the citizens to have more security and the safe feeling.
Yeah.
Than just normally giving that they have safe.
You will, yeah. We will see some examples of why migration governance is needed. We will have some case studies, I hope, in next 3 days. We'll clarify them. It's important point. Why do we need it? Why can't migrants just choose the right path? But not all have the information they need and resources they need to go through the right channel. And some are just exploited so badly. For example, South Asian migrants in the Gulf and in a construction site, and then brokerage involved, and all the false information, people smuggling and donkey migration, and all that kind of. It's very difficult for them to navigate.
And the dream is so powerful that we want to go abroad, whatever and so on and on. Okay. So, thank you so much. Thank you. We finished the key concern, but we'll move on to next. Are you okay to continue? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I think I got slides there. Yeah, sustainable development. It has come up in sustainable development goal because of migrants' death. Sorry. Oh, you go. Oh yeah, of course. Then fine. Because some people chose so many different. I'm all confused. Okay, then go on. That is important as well. Yeah. I'm sorry. Because it's important because it has come in like a part of sustainable development goal. That means something, doesn't it? That says something. Sorry. I'm rushing, but I think the discussion is like important, engaging.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Ananya Singh, and with my fellow teammates, we are going to discuss the last point in the key concern topic, that was sustainable development goals and decent work for all and migrant rights. So, as we are talking about the soft laws pertaining to migration, and as previously the previous presenter have talked about the SDGs goals and everything, we are going to elaborate on that. So I'll start by asserting the importance of migrants as they are essential structure of the worldwide economy. As numerous migrants cross length and breadth around globe for seeking enhanced working and living conditions. So surely in practicality though, leaving one's own land of origin for hopeful systematic progress in lifestyle in a culturally or socially alien society pose greater challenges and alters their identity. Thus, a normal person gains the identity of a migrant, which often leads to negative connotations and stereotypes attached to him and her, posing threat to his or her social, cultural, economic, and human rights. Thus, there comes the importance of sustainable development goals or the global initiatives regarding the migrants. So, the sustainable development goals or the SDGs incorporates the issue of migrants and provide way through such ongoing situations of migrant exploitation. So I would like to specify certain SDGs that are relevant for our topic of migration and migrants. So the SDG goal 8, that is decent work and economic growth. SDG goal 10, that is reduced inequalities. And SDG goal 16, that is peace, justice, and strong institutions. They are targeted towards the migrant and in a broader aspect, the whole over labor issues concerning the globe and different nations. And under these SDGs, there are targeted sub goals such as 8.8 and 10.7 that specifically talk about the promotion of decent work conditions and reduction in unequal expression against migrant population. But there are persistent loopholes lingering around such SDGs. So we are gonna talk on that what are the loopholes actually. So if I'll specifically talk about SDG 8.7, that says, take immediate and effective measures to eradicate forced labor and modern slavery and human trafficking and secure the prohibition of child labor. Although it is talking about some serious issues, this SDG is indicative to the problem of migrants, but not clearly talk about the migrant as a whole. Another SDG 8.8, which talks about the protection of labor rights and promotion of safe and secure working conditions, again is an indicative of the problems of the migrants, but the clear dimensions are hence not provided. Then SDG goal 10 talks about reducing inequalities on social and economic levels, targeting poverty reduction. Under which SDG 10.2 talks about the universal social, economic, and political inclusion. Now, this is a very interesting point. When we talk about political inclusion and when we keep migrants in this debate, there would be various instances that we can see as an example. So, does assimilating migrant issue pertaining across globe and specifically in South Asian population, if we see, although this SDG talks about aiming the political inclusion, we can see that in India, the problem of Bangladeshi and Rohingya refugees, they are not politically assimilated. There are a lot of ongoing debates among these refugees that can come under forced migrants, right? Whereas there is a successful example in front of us that we can see. So the broader political and societal inclusion by the community and by the Indian government of the Tibetan migrants that happened previously. You know, it was a broader community that got assimilated into the Indian culture because of the pertaining issues going on between Tibet and China. This kind of assimilation can come under political inclusion that is, we can say, is a successful example targeting SDG 10.2. So, but interestingly, I would like to say that although Tibetan migrants were welcomed open-handedly, although they are subjected to the Foreigners Act of 1946 and that provided them limited citizenship opportunities in India, it is because India is not a signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention and doesn't have any specific refugee protection laws. So we actually treat them as foreigners. They have a very limited citizenship, right? They cannot be naturalized as an Indian citizens until unless some specified points are being taken care of. From here on, this was an introductory aspect of SDGs and how as our previous presenter talks about, the national policies and the global initiatives, they are not parallel to each other. So we need a base framework where everything come align in alignment. So now we will go on further and Hiba will take care of the decent workspace for migrants. Thank you.
So let's continue with the concept of the promoting decent work for all migrant workers, a key to achieving sustainable development goal in South Asia. So, meanwhile, talking about before the decent work, let me introduce what it is meant to be as a decent work. So, decent work sum up the aspiration of a people in their working lives. It involves opportunity for works that is productive and deliver a fair income, security in the workplace, and social protection for all, better prospects for personal development and social integration. Freedom for people to express their concerns, organize and participate in the decisions that affect their lives, and equality of opportunity and treatment for all women and men. So, the decent work for all is a pressing concern in migration across the globe, despite the advancement brought about by the globalization. The increasing mobility of the workers across the borders has created a new opportunity for economic growth and development, but it has also led to a significant challenge for the migrant workers. One of the primary concerns is the lack of protection for the migrant workers' rights. In many countries, the migrant workers were excluded from national labor laws and social protection system, leaving them vulnerably to the exploited and abused category. The employers often take advantage of the migrant workers' vulnerable status, paying them low wages, denying them benefits, and subjecting them to the poor working condition. This is not only affect the well-being of the migrant workers, but also undermine the labor standards and wages of the native workers. The globalized economy has created a complex and often unregulated labor market where migrant workers are frequently employed in informal and very bad job conditions. These jobs were often lack social protection, job securities, and fair wages, making it difficult for them to work to earn a decent living. Furthermore, migrant workers may face language barriers. Then cultural difference was also there and limited access to the information about their rights, which can further exacerbate their vulnerability. Then let's talk about the ILO. The International Labour Organization has emphasized the importance of promoting the decent work for all, including the migrant workers. The ILO's decent work agenda called for promoting fair wages, safe working conditions, and social protection for all workers, regardless of their nationality and migration status. This is a very interesting point how they have been trying to support the conditions and the welfare of the migration amidst the fact of their nationality or the migration status. The ILO has played a major role in this. Then the productive employment and the decent work are key elements to achieving a fair globalization and poverty reduction. The ILO has developed an agenda for community of the work, looking at the job creation, right to work, social protection, and social dialogue with gender equality as a cross-cutting objective. The gender equality was also mentioned here. It is also a very important point. Like we also have to talk about the role of the women in international migration and the role of these kind of development goals in order to support the welfare of the women. Then there has been also an increased urgency among the international policy makers, particularly in the wake of the global financial and economic crisis of the 2008, to deliver quality job along with social protection and respect for the right at work to achieve sustainable, inclusive economic growth and for eliminating the poverty. Then let's talk about another concept. So the decent work and the sustainable goals, there was another aspect which was being come under the UN General Assembly. So during the UN General Assembly in the September 2015, the decent work and the four pillars of the decent work has been come forward, and this agenda which become a integral element of the new 2013 agenda for the sustainable development. So they have been talking about what we have to be done, what we have to be do and to be developed by the time of 2013, which was been contained with four major agenda, which included the employment creation, social protection, right to work, and the social dialogue. These four characters will be ensuring the rights of the migrant workers which has been migrating all over the world globally. Furthermore, key aspects of the decent works are widely embedded in the targets of many of other 16 goals of the UN New Development Vision. Then leader statement and actions for of the G20, G7, European Union, the African Union, and other multilateral regional bodies also confirm the significance of decent work to crisis recovery and sustainable development. In addition, there is a need for greater international cooperation to address the challenges faced by the migrant workers. These include sharing best practices, developing common standards, and providing technical assistance to the countries to improve their labor migration governance. By working together, the countries can provide a fair and equitable treatment for the migrant workers, which can help to reduce poverty, and reducing these inequalities also has been a concern, and promoting the economic development and the foster for inclusive and sustainable society. Then now I would like to call Daljit for continuing with the presentation.
Good noon, everyone. Today I will presenting International Framework for Migrant Right. United Nations adopted the International Convention on the Protection of Rights of all migrant workers and members of their family in 1990. And it held on 18 December that celebrate the contribution and resilience of migrants and advocate for their rights and dignity. The latest World Migration Report released by the International Organization for Migration by the confirms that the migration from the UAE, the US, and the Saudi Arabia ranks among the top 10 country-to-country migration corridors, and male migration from India constitutes nearly 65% of total external migration, indicating that men often migrate for work while women tend to stay behind. The United Nations, the primarily global body setting human rights standards, creating the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights oversees the promotion and protection of human rights worldwide, and the UN Human Rights Council monitor and address the human rights violation globally. Migrant rights are globally recognized and protected by the international law, including human rights law, labor law, and refugee law. Migrants are entitled to some basic human rights as everyone else, plus specific protection related to their status. International instruments. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 13 of the UDHR guarantees the rights to freedom of movement, including the right to leave any country, including one's own, and return to it. International Convention on the Protection of Rights of all migrant workers and members of their family. This convention, adopted in 1990, provides specific protection for migrant workers and their families. International migration law, this encompasses a range of legal instruments, including those related are refugee law, humanitarian law, which protect migrants at various stages in their migration journey. Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. This is a non-binding agreement adopted by UN member states in 2018. It objective to better managing migration at local level, regional and global lands. And the non-binding agreement, our non-binding agreement is an understanding or arrangement between parties that does not have legal forces. International standards developed by a United Nations Human Rights Office and emphasize the importance of respecting, protecting, and fulfilling the human rights to all migrants. Right to free trial and legal forces. Migrants have right to free presumed innocent until proven guilty and to have their cases reviewed by a higher tribunal according to the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all migrant workers and members of their family. Right to the freedom from arbitrary detention and discrimination. Migrants should not be subjected to arbitrary detention or discriminatory treatment based on their migration status, according to the international standards governing migration policy. An arbitrary detention means someone is arrested or kept in jail without a valid reason or without following the legal processes. According to the international law, example United Nations, arbitrary detention violates human rights, especially the rights of liberty and free trial mentioned in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 9. Right to access to basic service. Migrants should have the basic access to essential services like healthcare, education, and social services according to the international standards governing migration policies, and also the right to protection from violence and abuse. States have a duty to protect migration from violence and abuse by smugglers, employers, and other factors. Exophobia and discrimination. Migrants often face discrimination and exophobia, which can lead to the violation of their rights according to their international standard governing migration policy. Migration in vulnerable situations such as accompanied children, victims of human trafficking, and those with disabilities face additional changes in access their rights and protection. Next, continue with Dalji.
Now let's focus on the interstate migrant workers in India, a policy for a decent world of work. The United Nations 2030 agenda gives due recognition to migration in achieving sustainable development. Furthermore, Sustainable Development Goal 8 seeks to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth with full and productive employment and decent work for all. However, the challenge of decent work in India remain overwhelming as Indian economy is largely informal and migrant continues to key strategy for livelihood security. Most interstate migration faces challenges of meager wages, adverse employment condition, inadequate on-site and living condition, and almost absent social protection. According to the periodic labor force survey in India that was done in 2021 to 22, just 21.5% of workers were engaged in regular wage salaried work, and among non-agriculture workforce engaged in regular wage employment, 62% had written job contracts, but 49.2% were not eligible for paid leave, and 53% were not eligible for specified social security benefits. Migrants face additional challenges on account of lack of social capital and networks, language barrier, low bargaining power, difficulty in social integration, and uh, uh, thus they face inequality. Majority of interstate migration in India are from economically underdeveloped states. According to 2011 census, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh accounted for around half of the total interstate migrants. These states have the highest incidence of poverty and lag behind in human development. As per Niti Aayog National Multidimensional Poverty Index 2015-16, states that poverty level in Bihar, UP, and Madhya Pradesh were 51.9%. And 51.9% in Bihar. In UP, it was 37.7%, and in Madhya Pradesh, it was 36.6%. As we discuss about the post-COVID, there is a survey known as KNOMAD on internal migration and labor markets in the Indian cities of Delhi, Mumbai, among low-income workers earning up to rupees 25,000 per month, reported that around three-fourths of the interstate migrants were from UP, Bihar, and the migrants seeking better employment opportunity tend to land up in the informal sector, remain vulnerable, and thus need protection against the economic exploitation. To this effect, the Interstate Migrant Workmen, the Regulation of Employment and Condition of Service Act was enacted by the Government of India way back in 1979 to safeguard the interest of migrant workers. The Act provides for the payment of minimum wages, equal payment at per the local worker for the similar worker, payment of journey allowance, suitable accommodation, and medical facilities free of charges, among others. However, the law remains only in the letter as far as implementation is concerned. As evident during COVID-19, there is reverse migration, so we can see the failure of this act occurs effectively, which is still lacking after a decade. Indian labor force remain largely informal and unorganized. However, there has been a lack of systematic data on unorganized worker, although there have been a periodic survey by the National Sample Survey Organization or incorporated non-agriculture enterprises. These are enterprises survey rather than workers survey, and also exclude the construction sector, which is major employer of migrant workers. Wages and social security are among the lowest in the construction sector, but on the account of non-availability of other non-farm employment, there has been a continuous surge in construction sector employment. Given the need to build a comprehensive national database of unorganized workers, the Government of India launched the eShram portal in 2021. It is the first ever national database of unorganized workers, including migrant workers, construction workers, gig and platform workers, and street vendors, domestic workers, agriculture workers, and other unorganized workers. The highest registration in eShram portal are from the major interstate out migration states such as UP, Bihar, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, as well as interstate migrant receiving state like Maharashtra. Having the database is just a prerequisite. The main challenge is to protect all workers, including unorganized workers. The government therefore also introduced the Samadhan portal to address workers' grievance, including illegal termination, delayed payment, and unauthorized deduction. It also deals with the non-payment of maternity benefits and discrimination on the account of gender, equal reminiscence, minimum wages, and the bonus and overtime allowances. The portal addresses grievance pertaining to Industrial Dispute Act of 1947, Maternity Benefits Act 1961, Payment of Guarantee Act 1972, Equal Remittance Act 1976, Payment of Wages Act 1936, and Minimum Wages Act 1948. Even though the portal supports other law pertaining to industrial dispute, it would be prudent to specifically bring the interstate migrant workman. Regulation of Employment and Condition of Service Act 1979. With the ambit of Samadhan portal, migrant workers face multidimensional uh, vulnerabilities and are at greater risk of exploitation, and thus need specific intervention within the Samadhan portal. India need to take concrete steps towards the safeguarding the interest of migrants and ensuring the dignity of labor. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that the shortcoming of the existing interstate migration policies. There is an imminent need to bring out some comprehensive interstate migration protection and welfare policies, as suggested by the Standing Committee on Labor in 2011 and 12. This will facilitate achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 8.8 that Ananya discussed earlier, target to protect labor rights and promote the safe and secure working environment of all workers, including migrant workers, women migration, and those in precarious employment. Migrant welfare and protection should be central to labor policy in ensuring a decent world of work for interstate migrant workers. And as we discuss about the Indian fundamental rights that describe about the freedom of movement and residence. So, Article 19, Section 1, Clause D and E discuss about the freedom of movement, and there is a reasonable restriction on that that is discussed in the Article 19, Section 5, that the Constitution allows for reasonable restriction of these freedoms in the interest of public order, security of state, or the protection of scheduled tribes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Ananya to conclude our
conclusive points.
Yeah, okay.
So by all the points discussed by my teammates throughout the presentation, we can see a clear interconnectedness between the SDGs, the decent work environment goal, and the migrant rights. So they are interdependent and thus they work in tandem. Also, thus providing the protected and workable environment for migrants, we can successfully achieve the SDG goals. This presentation also highlights that the contemporary migration in South Asia requires comprehensive and pinpointed approach for structural implementation. Therefore, critical analysis of the migrant rights and complexity should be tackled specifically. A comprehensive approach is thus needed to specifically tackle this issue. I would like to highlight what our previous presenter Vikas and team talked about, the fragmented policy on migration issue and the insufficient data collection methods. It is also because there are certain loopholes in all these SDGs and all the national initiatives. These are the soft laws and they are not actually strictly abiding on the nations. So which leads to the serious exploitation and disregard for such promising goals. Which leads us to a conclusion that presses for serious and legally abiding frameworks for nations concerning to migration issue. So global frameworks, national laws, and working setup does need to be developed. It does need to develop a parallel in their specific approaches pertaining to the migration and its connected issue. In the end, I would like to say that for migration to be a win-win situation for both the origin country and the host country, effective global policy and strategic execution is what needed for reducing the undocumented voluntary migration and ensuring and encouraging for documented international migration. This remains as a harbinger for sustainable development which can enhance global prosperity, peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are quite clear about migration governance, not just at national level, interstate thing, but not just at national level from one state to another, but at a global level. But these policies you described, they sound really important, and if we implement them all, the world will be different, won't it? But what do you see in practice? Completely different, but nothing really. I've not seen any of these ideas, guidelines being implemented in any context, basically. But then there is a little progress. Let's be optimistic because these guidelines didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're kind of coming here and telling us something, and more people are talking about human right, migrants' right, decent work, for example. Decent work for not just is important, not just for migrants, for everyone. Like we all need a proper work, don't we? We all have some sort of skill, and that has to be respected, and we all deserve a living salary. Once that is secured, then I'm sure the society will be different.
And we can also see that the cleaning of the manual cleaning of the sewage in even Mumbai, it is practiced still.
Yeah.
That is not a decent work. So,
No. How many people have decent work? For example, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's not just in India or Nepal or South Asia, but it's globally. And all this, even local people don't have decent work. How can migrants have? Migrants are always treated like second-class citizen in all countries, everywhere. How can we ensure that they have a decent work? But its idea is coming up. We are familiar with it, and we are here to kind of advocate for migrants.
That's why in my conclusion I have written this word that SDGs are actually a utopian idea. It's far from reaching to its practicality. That's actually a talk that because
it's a fantastic idea. Maybe utopian, but hopefully it will be realized in next generation if we all work towards protecting migrants and working towards decent work and for all and safe, orderly, respectful migration. Then hopefully the world will change. The migration world of international migration will change. And then we look at human history of migration. Then there was bonded labor, for example. Before that was slave trade. We come from that. Our origin is from starting from slave trade, and then bonded labor, and then gradually all these policy documents are coming to for us to refer. And it's good. There is a progression, but we need to kind of be mindful that they're not implemented in any context. And there's some countries more progressive than others. Probably European Union is slightly better than some other countries, and then not all countries sign this human right convention and all that. They kind of it's a challenging topic. And also women's right and women migrants face different challenges, and gender equality and migration. What I like to finish now conclude is migration is good for economic development. We all agree that it's needed. We all migrate, and many migrants face many challenges, but there are guidelines as well to protect them. Any questions? Anybody else? Or tired of thirsty, hungry? Oh, I really wanted to show you before you go for lunch a case study, but I think come back fresh and with fresh, renewed brain. We talked so much, we covered so much this morning. Shall we have a quick look? Started with, you want to present global care crisis. If you have something to add to, we discussed this morning. Then it will be we'll be talking. Well, let's finish these challenges, then we can come back fresh, new ideas. If you have new points, just share. Don't need to repeat. I'll leave this here.
Good afternoon, one and all present here, Professor Radha Adhikari, ma'am, and all fellow of these GIAN courses. Now I'm going to present on the topic migration and global care crisis, and also the subtopics we will be discussing about the global care chain, care needs, and the ethical consideration of about the care and the solution also. Now, at first, we will discuss about the migration. That what migration is. It refers to a permanent or semi-permanent changes of the residence in individual or a group of people from one administrative boundary to another. It can be internal migration or international migration. And further, what is global care crisis? As it is exacerbated by the international migration, refers to the increasing shortage of caregivers for the elderly children and the other vulnerable population worldwide. This shortage is driven by factors like aging population, declining birth rate, and the feminization of migration, which sees women from low-income countries migrate to the take on care in high income countries. And the key aspects of the global care crisis due to migration are global care chain. The movement of women across borders to provide care workers in countries creates global care chain, where women in one country are hired to care for families in another, often leaving their own children and families behind. And according to the data of ILO, according to the SONA Olney, a global care crisis is looming, which could affect 2 to 3 billions by 2030 across the world, as women perform 76.2% of the total hours of unpaid care work, and it is over 3 times more than that of the men works. Now, impact on sending and receiving countries. The migration can have both positive as well as negative impacts. Sending countries may benefit from remittances sent by the migrants caregivers, but also experiences a care drain, as women leave to provide care elsewhere, and receiving countries may face a shortage of domestic care workers and rely on migrants to fill the gap. Now, further we will discuss care needs. The global care crisis is fueled by increasing numbers of elderly, disabled individuals and children needing care. The role of women. The crisis is disproportionately impacting women, who often shoulder the burden of unpaid care works at household, are also more likely to migrate to take on paid care works. Now, what will be the ethical consideration of the labor migrant? The international recruitment of care workers raise ethical concerns. It's include issue related to the exploitation of the workers, the impact on their home countries, and need for better regulation of the care sector. At last, I will also discuss about the solution. Addressing the global care crisis requires a multi-pronged approach, including policies to support families in caring for their elderly and disabled, and investing in professional care service, and ensuring ethical and sustainable international recruitment of the care workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to present from your group? All done?
Yes, done.
That's good. Obviously, you presented some interesting ideas, data as well. 76.2% care work is burdened by women. That's quite probably was 90%, 100% before. Maybe it's coming down because men are involved in care work now increasingly, and we haven't discussed about women's work, care work as unpaid work before. That's absolutely important concept, and also requires government to support care work, value care work basically. Yes. We need to value care work, because without like providing care to children and their future generation and their future, our future basically, and government future as well. So we need to respect that aspect as well. So all relevant. Care chain is, we'll probably discuss more because it's important concept. And when we talk about health worker migration, it's coming maybe tomorrow or day after. This will come back to our discussion again. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions before we break for lunch? All happy?
Have you any suggestions
On
presentation of
you covered quite. I don't think I got like. The only thing is like to understand what is there in policy and it's not really being implemented. Now you got enhanced understanding of migration and you could kind of influence people to kind of respect.
no, but in generic way, I just want to understand like is there the presentation that we have given?
That was good. Again, we've gone over the time. Like we all have spoken more than we. I was expecting you to speak, so you can't penalize you for that. But you went into depth in understanding of migration governance. It's a really important topic. So I didn't want to stop you because I wanted you to kind of, as you read and speak and share your ideas, your understanding improves, of course. So I wanted you to have that. Good. Yeah. Shared and you concluded the topic to the point. And it was migration governance is not just about international migration, but it's interstate migration as well. And there's so many layers of abuse and mistreatment, maltreatment for migrants, and they're like neglecting their vulnerability, and all covered. Good, well done. And you brought gender issues as well. That's very important. Obviously, women face different kind of challenges than men when they migrate. Happy. Good. Any questions you have? All happy?
Yes. Go for lunch.
I know everybody feels very tired and ready for a little boost of energy and come back fresh. You want to stand there? You want to do from there?
यहीं खड़े होके है ना यहीं पे हम लोग खड़े होके
कौन सा है मैम? पार्ट 1 और
पार्ट 1 ना? हाँ पार्ट 1 थोड़ा सा लाइट कम करना पड़ेगा आपको
हाँ ये वाला
Where you stand here?
थोड़ा सा और ऊपर करना ठीक है हाँ साउंड वेट पॉज साउंड कैसा है टीवी का वॉल्यूम टीवी
इसमें नहीं आ रही ऑडियो।
कहाँ से चलाया था
मैम उसमें दिक्कत थी।
Coming up on the whole story. This is just one enormous traffic jam. Starting tonight, we are bringing you the best of CNN storytelling from our reporters and anchors all over the world. It's one whole story, one whole hour, every Sunday at 8 p.m. Tonight, we take you on a dangerous and difficult journey through the Darien Gap, the only land route connecting South America to Central America. It's a 66-mile stretch of jungle between Colombia and Panama, so migrants hoping to get to the U.S. have to get through the rivers and mud. Along the way, people made this journey compared to the same period last year, and a record number of them were children. To see what they face, CNN's Nick Payne-Walsh and his team recently walked the entire route. Some of the things he saw along the way are graphic and hard to watch, but we want you to see the reality of what's happening on the trek, a migrant trail to America.
Sometimes a dream sells you a nightmare first. And beauty is deepest in a place you may never get out of. And the need to keep moving is the only thing left to carry. A call to even China and India. The pandemic turned the tough into the unlivable for Manuel and his wife Tamara in Venezuela. We've changed people's names for their safety.
Ya por nuestro hermoso presidente nos obligó a la situación, la dictadura. Todo es gracias a ese señor que estamos llevando bien. Es la idea, pues. Hoy es nuestra familia. O sea, el motivo de este viaje, de esta travesía, es darle lo mejor a la familia de uno. Por eso también llevamos niños y no nos vamos solos, sino que de una, o sea, somos todos, no hay nadie.
At dawn, the first thing that strikes you is how few of them seem to grasp what's coming. Gently packing crackers and tying sneakers, like waving a Kleenex at a storm. The second thing that strikes you is how organized the cartel wanted to seem. when they're told to. The stories here are many, but there is only one goal: America. And the dream is just that, a reverie of hope. Children on this trip as it begins on a route sometimes adults don't even survive. We heard Jean-Pierre's son, Louvain, coughing all last night. But still, they set out. Whatever is ahead, hating its heat, hunger, and the hellish chaos, is at least at their backs. There are the older two, 58-year-old Maria, a teacher from Venezuela, whose monthly salary of $16 can't feed anyone. So she and her daughter Yendri are headed to Houston, hopefully to relatives.
We've only been going a matter of hours, and it's just been an endless series of river crossings. The conditions are just constant water and pretty exhausting.
Manuel and Tamara, like many here, try to keep the kids going with treats. And then there are those whose jungle it is, the wildlife. One bite from this snake, and you may never leave. The walk is organised as that makes more money. In fact, the cartel gave us permission to be here, as if to parade that. These discarded colour-coded armbands show which day and route people have paid for. The football shirts are porters, each numbered, charging to carry bags, even children, uphill. But it doesn't always work out. Wilson is separated from his parents. Their porter raced off ahead.
Je m'appelle Nick, enchanté. Donc vous êtes ici toute seule? Oui. Vous attendez votre parent? Ils sont où? Derrière, oui. Vous allez à l'Amérique? Vous allez où? À Miami. Qu'est-ce que vous aimez à Miami? À faire une piscine. Pour vous? Oh. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez être quand vous serez très grand? Quel travail? À l'école? Oui.
Nearly 1,000 unaccompanied children were found on the route last year, the UN have said.
Tienen agua. Un tarro de agua y arriba tiene valor de $5. Sé que muchos no tienen la plata para comprarlo. Entonces, más bien, arriesguense a llevar su galocito de agua.
Louvain's cough is worse. He is now struggling to breathe at all. His fever peaking under the canopy. The first wave of exhaustion stumbles through the trees into this, called Laye, the first camp for the first night under the canopy. They are still chainsawing their way into the forest here. Cheap tents on freshly fallen. The mist clings to the trees, making the climb feel steeper still. Some children embrace it all, bounding upwards playfully. Even in their socks, when the mud starts claiming shoes. Others have come here with little. Others have come here with little but their will to move, propelled forward by knowing what is behind them. And your university. And your university. This is the dry season, but still at times it feels impassable.
So with that, we just wanted you to have an idea that how tough this illegal, how people are being killed. So she's running away. Another one is talking because of unemployment. Another one is talking about lower wage. She's just getting $16 per month. So you can see people are migrating, taking these illegal routes because of different reasons. So with this idea, let's start with the presentation. Can you open the presentation? So in this presentation, we are looking only at Punjab and Haryana in India. Though donkey migration as a as a phenomena, as a act is happening not only from Punjab and Haryana, but it is also happening from Gujarat and some of the southern states. People are migrating illegally from different states. So recently, this has come into a lot of limelight because of the Trump policies of mass exodus of these illegal migrants from from USA. You can see some of these news clippings we have put it. So our presentation or our discussion will be into something. We'll begin with what is donkey migration. So this concept of donkey, it's spelled both ways, D-O-N-K-E-Y and D-U-N-K-I. It's the one and the same thing. We will look at two specific case studies, which is Haryana and Punjab. Then we will look at the driving factors. What are making these individuals take this difficult way of migration. And after that, we'll be looking at what are the consequences of this illegal means of moving, from the country to another country. We again have a small clip before the consequences. That is like a small narrative of the people who have taken donkey migration from Punjab and Haryana. So they themselves are telling their story that how did they, what is the process that they went through. So basically, what is donkey migration? Basically, donkey migration is a system that is used by these human smugglers to, make people move from India to another country. Now, this country where they want to move is usually a developed or a wealthy nation. Now, this phrase donkey, it basically originates from the Punjabi language, which symbolizes moving, hopping. That is moving from one place to another, hopping from one place to another. Now, why has this thing become so famous? There are multiple reasons behind this. People migrate because of unemployment, because of better economic prospects in these wealthy nations. Then they want to, like we saw, because of some political reasons, people want to move. We will be further delving into the reasons why people are moving from Punjab and Haryana in the later part of the presentation. But this is a very basic idea that why people are going for this kind of a illegal way of moving from India to another country. Now, how does it begin? How does this donkey migration begin? Some may want to migrate because they feel that they have a better life. Some want to migrate because they feel encouraged by the people around that he went through this donkey route, he has reached America, he is having a glorified life, I should also go there, right? Some may feel that who I will not be able to clear English, I will not be able to do this, I will not be able to ever. How many days you will take to reach America, how many days you will take, how easily you will reach America. So all these things play a part with respect to the cost involved. Now this decision making and this connection is done by the migration agents in India. So they are the one who connects these aspiring migrants with the other intermediaries abroad. Because what happens in donkey migration is that the migrant or the agent only makes the individual connects with the intermediary of the next country. Suppose the person is moving from India to America, but that person will go from India to maybe Croatia first. So this agent who is in India will only connect the aspiring migrant to the intermediary in Croatia.
Now the intermediary in Croatia will connect the person to another intermediary in Europe, the other country, which is maybe the next step of donkey migration. So this is how the chain works. The person who's in India will not know who is the intermediary in maybe Germany or France or wherever the third step of donkey migration will be. So there it's only limited to the next country. So this is the the migration agents in India. They connect the aspiring migrant with the next intermediary abroad. Okay. Then when we talk about India, donkey migration is associated with Punjab and Haryana. So it was initially it was a phenomenon which was very much when we talk about donkey, acha, people are going from Punjab. So that's how it was synonymously used. Donkey means Punjabi. So that's how it was. Now there is a reason when we talk about migration, especially from Punjab, because migration has a long history. Punjab has a long history of migration. So it began with in terms of during the period of colonialism, because of these factors like indentured labor, plantation work. Then there was army recruitment, and then independently also people migrated through this religious connections, and of course social ties as well. Then post Green Revolution, when people started having a lot of money, they thought of going overseas with the idea that they can have better jobs, because the agriculture was already they were having a lot of money at time because of the development that happened with the Green Revolution. So they started thinking that we should have a more better lifestyle, we should have a better standard of living. So with that motivation, people started looking for better jobs beyond agriculture. Then globalization, it heightened the aspiration for migration to the West, and of course social networking, because globalization gave them exposure to the life outside, that how the life will be in America. So their aspirations increased. And then with regard to the practices of illegal migration, how it has grown, the government of Punjab has especially established a Punjab Prevention of Human Smuggling Act in the year 2012. And it was, there was so much of illegal migration happening from Punjab. So the government had to come out with a policy, with an act, and it came out in 2012. But even after that act, donkey migration has not stopped from Punjab. People are taking different routes. Now, what happened in this act? They have started, the agents are registered. The agents are asked to be registered with the government, so that government can have monitoring of the agents who are sending people abroad. So if the agents are registered, government will know how many people they are sending and by what way they are sending. But even because of this, even after this legislation, what the agents have found another way, that they are registering in in different places in Punjab. So that way the monitoring is becoming difficult. Then another way they have found is, they have started targeting people from Haryana, the border areas of Punjab. Now the agents have started targeting people on the border areas of Haryana. So that is the North Haryana. So from here, it is like a flow. It has percolated to Haryana. The donkey concept has percolated to Haryana. Now, initially, it was in the northern part of Haryana where this donkey migration started. It was Jind, Kaithal, Karyana, and Karnal and Kurukshetra, which were the centers of illegal migration. But now people have started moving from other parts of Haryana also, especially Sonipat, Rohtak, and Hisar. There is no caste-based, movement here. People from all the castes are, taking up this route for migration. In fact, there are certain, articles where we read that even PhD scholars are taking donkey migration. So, we have this idea that, okay, people who are not very educated are the ones who are taking donkey migration. No. No caste discrimination, I would say, and no, educational ceiling that, okay, only people who are just 12 past. No, PhD, even like people with higher education are taking up donkey migration in Haryana. Now, what are the most popular destinations among people in Haryana is US, UK, and Canada. So this is like very popular, and like I said in the just a few minutes before, the determinating factors means the factors on the basis of which, like, they are deciding, okay, whether I'll go to USA or whether I'll go to UK or whether I'll go to Canada or any European country are three. Majorly destination, like which place, then second is which route, and then third is the transport. Like, suppose a person is just going directly to South America by air, and then from South America, if he or she is just crossing this Darien Gap and reaching America, so the route is very small, so they have to pay more money. because it will be easy. But if they are going through 5 countries, 6 countries, and then reaching America, so the route is more, difficult. They have to spend a lot of time, maybe months, because there are certain newspaper clippings where we read that it has been more than 8 months, 9 months, and parents don't know where their son is. They have no idea, because on the way, like when they are migrating, when they're taking this donkey route, they cannot contact their parents because they are not allowed. That way they can be tracked where they are and they can be caught. So parents don't know. How parents know? My son has gone. After 1 year, they get a call suddenly from the son. Oh, I have reached America. That is how they know, okay, he is alive. So they don't know for 1 year whether he is alive or not. So if you go to any local police station in Punjab and Haryana, you'll find number of cases that has been filed of missing people. Their parents have no idea. Their son have taken donkey route and they have no idea whether the son has reached the destination or not. So what they have done is they have gone and filed missing report. And in the missing report, what they have said, they have mentioned the agent that, okay, this person is the agent through which my son went through for this donkey route. And when we are going to this agent, or sell all the land of her, to go to these countries through this illegal means. So, Nisna, you continue. You continue.
They sometimes call their relatives back home and they're like, we have reached. And so there is like celebration at their homes that we have finally reached and everything. There are performances there. In Punjab, you will see that there are water tanks. There are in the shape of airplanes and many other things. So they like kind of signify, even when you go through like highways now, you will get an idea that, okay, so somebody from that house has gone to Canada or America. And there are also instances where people go to gurudwaras in Punjab or certain mandirs in Haryana to have these prayers, like so that they're when it comes to legal migration, they want like their visas to be granted. If someone is going to for illegal migration on their mind, they know that, so they have that idea so that we have a safe journey. So this is just an anecdote from our field work in Punjab. So we visited a church there in Ludhiana, and there were, after the mass, there were around 6 to 7 people who were meeting the father there. So they were basically trying to consult that our visa is stuck somewhere in the procedure, so we want us to be granted and we want job there or study visa there. So basically the idea that we want to go there, whatever the way, legal or illegal, it is kind of ingrained in people's mind at some point. Professor Gill was talking about it the other day, that it has somehow become a status enhancing matter. That so here I'll be starting from the points like why they even want to go, that is the goals and the means. Through Instagram or doing a vlog on YouTube, and you are seeing that, okay, so they're there, I also want to go, whatever the means say. Also, so I said the social status is also there. Next I will be talking about why people, when they have certain kind of goals, why they are not trying to have their jobs in India as well. Firstly, the social status is obviously outside, but then safety is back at home. But there is, firstly, there are continuously cases of unemployment. So for example, in Punjab, it has been agricultural economy. Post Green Revolution, agriculture is still there, but at the same time, there is the aspiration now. We want to be in other jobs, we want to move around the world. Then Punjab has a long history of migration. So unemployment is already there, but you also have aspirations, and the in between, with the skills that you have, it is not always possible to get those jobs with which you can just move there. Then also, the way of legal migration. So last day I remember there was this discussion on why you insist on going abroad when you don't have the skills and you are actually being a burden to the other country. So like skilled people, they are going, so it is brain drain. They should be back in India, and the idea is like they should contribute to the country from where they have actually learned their skills. And also at the same time, when you don't even have the skills, why do you want to go? So obviously they would want to send you back. That's the idea, right? Like illegal migration is somehow you look at it as a crime that they are committing. But the very idea is that when skilled people are going abroad, for example, there is a international agreement called GATS, General Agreement on Trading Services. So the idea is that just like in a free economy where free trade is happening, just like goods and services, the service provider and also the ones who are trying to acquire those services, they can move wherever they want to. This is the idea. So there is kind of a power play here. So think of this as a triangle, okay? So on top here is the destination country or the importing country, for example, UK, US, Canada. And here I can say there is the individual who is staying, and here the source country. Let's take India. So the idea is that the power when it comes to migration, it is to the destination country. So they want skilled people to be in their economy, so they are actually importing them from others. For example, let's say India or China. I remember there was this video from, I don't remember, Good Doctor or Grey's Anatomy. So basically there was this old white lady patient who wanted a Chinese doctor to treat her, because she had the idea that Chinese doctor would be more efficient, would be more qualified in terms of his skills. So when it comes to skilled South Asian or Southeast Asian immigrants, you have this idea that I want them here. But when it comes to semi-skilled and unskilled people, you don't want them. But you still want their cheap labor as long as they are there in Bangladesh or Indonesia and some are working in their sweatshops for those big brands. So we kind of live in a free economy that is not actually free. The power to like how many people I want in my economy from other countries, to what extent I will pay them. So that depends on me. So there is a power dynamics there. So legal migration is not always possible for those who doesn't lie in that much more privileged section of the population or in the skilled labor section. And also for some people, there is one question that I think anyone can ask, that ma'am just mentioned that someone who has invested 1 crore rupees for their illegal migration. Also there is like 40 lakh to 60 lakh people are easily employing to get smuggled to another country. So why not use it for study visa or let's say work visa? For example, when we were doing our field work in Punjab for one project, so we actually consulted various visa agencies, and the idea was basically when you are taking study visa to go any countries, it is lying around 15 lakh to 25 lakh. This is basically the amount that they want. When it comes to work visa, it is much more expensive. It is like you start anywhere from 30 lakh to 40 lakh. It's kind of the idea. So it is kind of cheaper, right? Rather than illegal migration, it is cheaper technically, right? But there is a catch here. When you are paying someone for your work visa or study visa, the visa agents, they actually take money from you step by step. So you first consult with them, which is free. Then they will help you to apply for several universities or other workplaces, which takes some amount. Then they will apply there, they will choose, then they will apply, and then you finally, once you get accepted in those universities or maybe your workplace or the province where you want to take a job, then what they are doing is that they apply for your visa. And once this process is done, you also have to pay another set of amount. But after that, if your visa is rejected, the final amount that you are supposed to give, you will not have to give it. But they will not refund the amount that you have already given them. So that is one condition. Second is that there are also fraud agents there. So there have been cases of people like whom we met, whom we interviewed, who have paid like 10 lakh, 20 lakh to people. They took the money, but their visa could not be granted, or like they have paid more than what actually other people asked. So there have been certain cases of frauds, and in such cases you actually can't complain, because you are also like quite uncertain, like for which am I going to complain, because they already told me that you have to pay step by step. And the third and the most important and also obvious point, that not everybody has that kind of cultural capital where they have access to understand English in a certain way, or having a clarity in their accent. For example, like we generally use the Indian English. Even then, in various parts of India, there are several kind of tonalities that is added to their accent based on what language they actually speak. So not everyone has that kind of cultural capital. In their family they don't use English for daily conversation, and so they don't have like good IELTS score. For UK, if you want to go to UK, you have to have certain band of IELTS score, 7 band. If you want to go to let's say Canada or US, you are supposed to take other exams like TOEFL, IPT, something like that. So they don't always have the means. So legal migration is not always possible, but at the same time we can see that they don't want to be in low paid section, they want to be highly paid section. So they will go to developed countries, will work as from something like gas station worker, store, construction worker. There's like several other aspects that they will be engaging rather than just be in India and do something that they don't want to. And then availability of means for illegal migration. So as I said that even when you are using the legal migration strategy, it is not always guaranteed to you that you will be able to migrate there and get your ideal job. There are also cases where people have been accepted, but then something happened and they couldn't be able to go where they want, or something like they got to go back, or something happened in the procedure in between. So here the idea is like, obviously you have in your mind that I want to go through the illegal manner, so there is kind of an excuse that you give to yourself that when I go through the illegal way, I am giving them the money and I personally am going there. So it is depending on me. So my muscle power, my brute force, if I have that tolerance enough to be through that journey, you already saw that in that particular clip. So it is kind of like I will handle whatever comes in my way. There is also the idea that currently, for example, if 10 to 20 years back someone would have told me like, do you want to go to US, and I say yes, the person will be like, okay, so let's cross the border and go. So for me it will be like, what are you even saying? How do we cross the border? We don't have anything else than a map. But right now everything is near our hand. For example, there are certain YouTube channels or Instagram accounts which are by people who have taken the donkey route. So they have actually filmed themselves while crossing the route. You can find some of them in Instagram. So they have like 50k followers, 40k followers, and there are comments underlying that, okay, I'm so proud of you, you are inspiring me, tell me which agent. So these are accounts also to which agents are also communicating to their potential customers back in India from Punjab and Haryana. The donkey influencers that I'm talking about, they were mostly from Punjab and Haryana that we last time saw. And if you have already access to that kind of influencers, and you have that information of from which agent they talk to, and you in your village you know certain dadas and didis who have already gone through them, so you just contact them and you go through it. Now you can tell me after listening to this much that, okay, isn't it like kind of you are trying to advocate, like you're being the devil's advocate, like they have certain situations, so it is kind of acceptable that they are taking the illegal route. But at the point is that we are not advocating it, or we are saying they did right thing. The problem is that I already mentioned that there is a power dynamic there. So who can go? For example, we are saying that unskilled and semi-skilled migrants, they are not welcome there. So they shouldn't be going when they already know what is the result. But at the same point, during the 1950s, let's say, after the colonization, when there was like post-war restructuring phase happening, so they needed cheap labor from the ex-colonies, so that they could come and contribute to their new structures of development, so building their stuff and everything. So then they needed this. So the very fact that you can have the control over the say when you want us, when you don't, that's a problematic thing. So now
Yeah, so we want to show small.
So this is basically a short clip which has some of the people who actually used the donkey route before, and then they gave interview.
हमारे गांव में 150 में कम से कम 80 लाख डोंकी से गए हैं यूएस जाने के लिए। तो मैक्सिको तक के पैसे होते हैं, वहाँ पे एक दीवार है, तो ये सिर्फ उस दीवार तक के पैसे लेते हैं 15 लाख। पूरा पनामा पैदल क्रॉस करना पड़ता है, जंगल भी है, पहाड़ी एरिया भी है, ऊपर चट्टानों से भी चलना पड़ता है। फौजियों के साथ ही उनकी कोई सेटिंग है, वो उन्हीं के थ्रू डोंके लगवाते हैं, पीछे गाड़ी में बिठा के ऊपर जैसे कुछ कपड़े वगैरह ढक देते हैं वो, तो ऐसे नीचे लेटा देते हैं।
Donkey is a well-known word in Gholpura village of Haryana's Karnal district. It refers to illegal migration, and especially villagers say that more than 100% from this village have moved abroad, and 80% of them are from this route, which is called donkey here, which means donkey route.
डोंकी और स्टडी वाले में तो 80% और 20% का फर्क है जी। 80% गए हैं डोंकी वाले। मैंने पैसे भी कम लगा डोंकी में।
यूएस जाने के लिए तो मैक्सिको तक के पैसे होते हैं जी। वहाँ पे एक दीवार है, वो बॉर्डर है, बॉर्डर क्रॉस करने के बाद वहाँ फिर यूएसए में एंटर हो जाते हैं। तो ये सिर्फ उस दीवार तक के पैसे लेते हैं 15 लाख। कुछ एयरपोर्ट पे सेटिंग होती है एजेंटों की, तो वहाँ काउंटर होते हैं अलग अलग। वो एजेंट बताते हैं अभी फलाने काउंटर पे जाना, इस नंबर पे जाना, इस नंबर पे जाना। उसके तहत हम उस काउंटर पे गए तो उन्होंने हमारे पासपोर्ट में ठप्पा लगाया और आगे क्रॉस कर दिया। वहाँ से फ्लाइट होगी हमारी इक्वाडोर की। ये अपने चने वने जो भी है तो वो लेके चलते थे।
पैसे भी कम लगा डोंकी में।
यूएस जाने के लिए तो मैक्सिको तक के पैसे होते हैं जी। वहाँ पे एक दीवार है, वहाँ फिर यूएसए में एंटर हो जाते हैं 15 लाख। कुछ एयरपोर्ट पे सेटिंग होती है, एजेंट बताते हैं अभी फलाने काउंटर पे जाना, इस नंबर।
दो केबल
जाना, इस नंबर पे जाना। कुछ मैंने हमारे पासपोर्ट में ठप्पा लगाया और आगे क्रॉस कर हमारी इक्वाडोर की। इक्वाडोर से फिर जो असली डोंकी है वो चलती है, कभी बस में, कभी कार में, कभी बस में, कभी कार में। फिर ऐसे ऐसे करते करते पनामा तक पहुंच जाते हैं। पनामा में फिर पूरा पनामा पैदल क्रॉस करना पड़ता है अपने आप। जंगल भी है, पहाड़ी एरिया भी है, ऊपर चट्टानों से भी चलना पड़ता है। 7-8 बजे सुबह है, बैग में रखते थे कुछ खाने का, बिस्किट वगैरह, ये अपने चने वने जो भी है, तो वो लेके चलते थे। आधा 1 घंटा चलते थे, फिर रेस्ट करते थे 5-10 मिनट, फिर चलते थे, फिर रेस्ट करते थे, कुछ खा पी लेते थे, ऐसे ही चलते रहता था। शाम को जब थोड़ा दिन सा ढलने लग जाए उस टाइम हम रुक जाते थे, रेस्ट करते थे। वहाँ वो कैंप होते हैं, टेंट से होते हैं वो जो लगाने के, उनको लगा के अपना लेट जाते थे आराम से रात को। वहीं जंगल में रात गुजारते थे। उसके बाद फिर सुबह उठ के चलते थे ऐसे ही। पनामा के बाद भी 3 कंट्री आती हैं, निकारागुआ, होंडुरस, ग्वाटेमाला। ये क्रॉस करके तीनों फिर मैक्सिको में एंटर होते हैं। तो मैक्सिको में एंटर करने के बाद भी एक कैंप लगता है स्टार्टिंग में। तो वो कैंप होता है, उसमें फिर वो देते हैं बढ़ा के 20 दिन की परमिशन है, वही अपनी कंट्री छोड़ो हमारी, अगले में चले जाओ, कंट्री आउट बोलते हैं उसको। तो वो हमें दे दिया, उसके बाद भी आगे जाने लगे, आगे फिर पुलिस खड़ी मिलती थी, वो आगे नहीं जाने देते थे, उन्होंने परमिशन दे दी और उधर से पुलिस वाला आगे नहीं जाने देते थे। तो ऐसे करके हम वहां से दूसरे कैंप में चले गए, झाड़ी झुड़ियों के रास्ते, नहर के रास्ते घुस पीट के अगले कैंप में, वहां में 48 दिन रहे। 2 प्रकार की नाव होती है उसमें, जिसको परमिशन मिल जाती है उस नाव में बैठने की, उसका तो 1 घंटे का रास्ता है, जिसको नहीं मिलती है उसको 8-10 घंटे लग जाते हैं उस नाव में। वो छोटे वाली होती है, जिसको नहीं परमिशन, वो प्राइवेट होती है, जो वैलिड नहीं है, वो लुक छिप के जाना पड़ता है उसमें। रिस्क तो जी सारे में ही था, ज्यादा दिक्कत वहीं आई नामा वाले जंगल में। तो वहाँ चलते चलते बहुत ज्यादा थक जाते थे, कुछ खाने पीने का नहीं था। हम तो जी 15-20 साथी थे, एक दूसरे के साथ एडजस्ट हो जाते थे, किसी को दिक्कत होती थी उसकी हेल्प करते थे। कई और बंदे देखे हम ना, जिससे अपने ग्रुप से एक को छोड़ के चले जाते थे आगे। 1-2 बंदे रास्ते में हमने ऐसे मिले हैं जो बैठे मिलते थे, हम उनसे मिले, क्या दिक्कत है भाई, कैसे बैठे हैं भाई, साथ के बंदे छोड़ के चले गए, दीवार नहीं एंट्री की जी हमने। हम मैक्सिको से ही वापस हो गए थे, यहाँ थोड़ी सताई हो गई थी। तो एक कैंप में हम इकट्ठे थे 400-500 लड़के, वहाँ से 311 बंदे थे जो हम एक साथ आए थे वापस। हाँ, उन्होंने ऑटोमेटिक कोई अपने आप ही डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार किए हमारे बिना बताए, और उन्होंने हमें फ्लाइट करा दी वापस हमारी दिल्ली की।
2017 में मैं गया था यूक्रेन का मेरे पास वीज़ा था, तो मुझे जाना था ऑस्ट्रिया डोंकी से। तो उसके बाद मैं वहाँ के एक बॉर्डर के गांव में चला गया, वहाँ से जो डोंकर था उन्होंने हमें वो मिलिट्री के साथ उनकी कुछ है, उनके साथ सेटिंग है, हमें गाड़ियों में बिठाया तो बॉर्डर पे लेके गए, हमारी आंखों पे वो बांध रखे थे, तो पीछे गाड़ी में बिठा के ऊपर जैसे कुछ कपड़े वगैरह ढक देते हैं वो, तो ऐसे नीचे लेटा देते हैं। तो 5-6 दिन लगे हमें वहाँ से हमने की टैक्सी से हम ऑस्ट्रिया चले गए। काम करता था मैं जैसे रेस्टोरेंट में, बर्तन मांजता था और न्यूज़पेपर डालता था सुबह को, और जैसे कोई लेबर है, कोई किसी का सामान इधर उधर घर से, 5-6 साल ऐसे ही निकाले। 2022 में दिसंबर में मैं डिपोर्ट हो गया।
यहाँ से जाके लिख देते हैं भाई मैं तो इंडिया में खतरा था, ऐसे निकल के आ गया जी, वो सारण दे देते हैं। इंडिया को वर्क की जरूरत है, उनको सस्ते मजबूत दूर मिल जाते हैं, यहाँ पैसा बना लिया, अपना भविष्य खत्म कर लिया।
सरकार भी सरकारी नौकरी तो दे नहीं सकते साथी इतने बच्चे को। कोई प्राइवेट, कोई फैक्ट्रियां लगा, कोई उद्योग में कोई काम लगा, कोई प्राइवेट में लगेगा, कोई सरकारी में लगेगा, तो रोजगार नहीं देगा।
जमीन तो जैसे एक परिवार में 12 किले है, उसका 4 लड़के हो गए, 3 किले आ गए, 3 किले वाले में फिर 2 लड़के हो गए, उसमें 1.5 किला रह गया, वो तो बेरोजगारी तो बढ़ गई जी।
संदेश तो यही है जी, किसी के पास अपनी जमीन है, अपने पशु रखे इधर डेयरी डूरी का काम करे, या कोई यहीं पे कोई छोटी मोटी जॉब करे, अगर उससे भी गुजारा नहीं होता है तो फिर 1 नंबर के काम से अपना 1 नंबर का काम बनवाए, फिर बाहर जाए।
So in this clip that we were watching now, there was one thing that you mentioned that Indian cheap laborers, like the illegal migrants, they are very cheap laborers there. So in the last slide also I forgot to mention one thing that have been one study on that by Nicholas Smith, who is a journalist. So it has been actually provided in your reader as well. You can read that. It is regarding illegal Punjabi migrants in the UK. So, in fact, there is a data that was shared by the US Customs and Border Protection Authority. So, basically, they were talking about how between the year of 2020 and 2023, there have been a 5x increase, 4x increase when it comes to the illegal immigrants from India. So, now coming back to the consequence part.
So firstly, as we saw in the first Walla clip, that the route itself is so much full of dangers. Firstly, there is wild animals, the jungle, climbing the rocks itself is not an easy part. Someone we can also see like the not from India. From India, we have mostly seen like male young migrants going there. There is this idea because in media also there is a very explicit presence of them when we see those interviews. But for other people who when the group belongs to also the women, children, or old people, they are also going through that. Then agents and donkers, they are not responsible for your safety. So when in India, your family's first point of contact to know with how are you, whether you are alive yet, it is the agent. But what happens is that you connect to the agent, and agent introduces you to the intermediaries whom you will meet after going to the nearest country, right? Can you so after you reach there that country, and your parents आपके घर वाला, they don't know like the intermediaries there. So if something happens to you, so if something happens to you, they can't contact your parents. So as ma'am already said, there have been several missing complaints from those places. So that is another thing. Also, there are when people successfully migrate there illegally using the donkey route, even then their living condition is not that great. So outside they have a very rosy picture that they show on their Instagram that we are happy. There are some people who actually vlogs about how they now drive trucks or they have a car. They are in like you say California or they are in New York and living the good life. But at the same time, they actually live in the accommodations. They are like dormitories with bunk beds and stuff. They feed themselves for once or twice a day and they send all the money back to their home if they can. So that is the idea. Also, the payment that is made to them, it is not at full. Like the migrants after they reach there, because obviously they don't have the documents, so they are also exploited by their employers. Thirdly, here I have mentioned that the payments that they make to the agents, in any case, they if they are unable to get there, if they die, if they get deported, they are not getting it back. So, for example, in the recent period, in 2025 till April, there have been approximately 682 people who have been deported from USA. So now think about it that all of them, on an average, they have spent around 50 lakh rupees for their illegal migration. So they are not in any way getting their money back. So that's also a problem. That's individual consequence. So you have to live with that. Also, if something happens to you and you file a complaint with the police, they just can't help you get your family members back from. You don't know where they are in that particular route. Now, consequences for the destination and the home countries. As I already mentioned, that there are so many people out there who have just been sent back. So just think like in 1 year, you are sending back approximately 700 people. So you have no idea like how many people they are there. Basically the idea is when people get deported, they are either captured from when they are crossing the borders or nearby border area. So you get them. But someone who is an undocumented person who has already entered the country, and they are also not a documented labor person there, how are you going to track them? So firstly, like the increased population from these undocumented people. Second problem is this is a dicey situation there. Like if I am an undocumented illegal migrant, there are chances that I may do some harm to the people of your country, and you will not be able to recognize me that I was the specific person who conducted that crime. Now, the second way is that if your people do something to me, I also can't file a police report to you because I can't get your police service because I'm not a legal citizen there. So, consequences are both to the destination country and to the individual who has migrated. For the home country, obviously, that we are losing our semi and unskilled laborers, but at the same time, the fact that unemployment exists, it means there is already a very large reserved army of labor who are not getting jobs in India. So that is one side of the problem for the home country. Also, another problem is that the complicated international relations. Since the deportation thing has come up, our Indian government has been what should I say, like they have been addressing the issue that yes, people from our country, they have gone to yours illegally and we will be taking them back. So the very idea that we will not, like, migration is a human right, you can go there legally, it is allowed, but the moment we have to take back our citizens because we have to admit that they went there legally, it is our responsibility. So the impression, it also gets lost somewhere. Now, coming to the recent developments, I already mentioned the deportation issues, that how many people they have been deported to India so far this year. Also, one thing very interesting, like it was a report in the Hindu, I guess. The report was published in February 2025. So till then, 332 people were deported back to India, and in that, the figures say that 38% of those being deported they belong to Punjab, 33% of them were from Haryana, and 22% of them were from Gujarat. And even the idea is that Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, they are one of the like largest suppliers of illegal migrants, if you can use the word supplier or like source. And in recent times, there have been news reports like how in Australian universities there have been kind of a ban on Indian students from 6 states that I mentioned: Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, JNK, because the idea is that students have generally violate the immigration laws. So, how can you violate immigration laws? There are various ways. For example, let's say me, I'm going using a study visa. So, there can be ways that, for example, I overstay. For example, I went there for a 2-year course, and maybe I was allowed, for example, another 1 year to work there, find a job, and after that, if I don't get anything or any company doesn't allow me or hire me, I'll have to come back. But let's say I overstay. Nobody has hired me yet, but I'm staying there for 5 years. That is one way you validate your study visa and related laws. Secondly, there are cases, for example, in UK or in US, there is a policy that you can, if you are a foreign student, you can work there for 20 hours per week and 40 hours when it's like holidays and something. So there are people who work more than that. Sometimes people just don't report it. For example, they work part-time in cafes or restaurants or like other establishments owned by, for example, their own community people, for example, Indian owned restaurants, something. So they actually exceed the working hours. So there is this rule of working hours, because the idea is that if you work more than that, you are actually taking up a job that could belong to the people from our country. So that's a problem. So based on these things that they have observed, that from 6 states they are more likely to violate these things, so they have been put on more restrictions. And once that happens, those who are going there for genuine study, they also can't go. That's a problem. Then now the restriction has been put on terms in the way, like as I said, there has been cancellation of people's visas who were already granted. Then there is strict scrutiny policy. When you send an application to a university or your visa application is sent and you are interviewed, so they're going to be more strict to you to understand whether you are going there for really study, or you are going to work. And the study visa is a very important catch here. For example, when we went to Punjab, everyone wants to work abroad. Nobody is like, I will go and I will take my degree and then I will come back and work in India. Nobody has that ambition. They want to work abroad. So there are cases, in some cases we met people who were like doctor in India in a private or a government establishment for years, and now they have decided to work as a nurse or even a caregiver. So we actually met one person who was not interested in giving the interview that much, because she is working as a caregiver, but she was a doctor, a lady. So there are people who actually want to go abroad. So study visa is like using a excuse. So people who already have a master's, say let's say for nursing, but they are going there for a master's in public health course, so they will take the course for a year and they will get into job. So they have highlighted those issues, and getting study visas in those regards, it's becoming problematic these days. So now policy responses. So ma'am has already mentioned that government of Punjab in 2012 itself, they came out with an act, that is Punjab Prevention of Human Smuggling Act, under which the idea was that people would have to register, and after that there was like 25 to 30% increase in terms of people who are going to register their agencies. But at the same time, if there is one particular company which is registered and they have like 30 to 40 branches, and that is very much possible thing in Punjab, you see, like for example Ludhiana, Chandigarh, Jalandhar, same one agency, they have several branches of them across the city. So it is not possible for you to have an idea to scrutinize, to survive, like what kind of activities are going there in every branch. In Haryana also, one particular bill was introduced in 2024. The bill also passed, but in 2025 it was withdrawn in March. And in Haryana also in 2023, a state level special investigating team was set up. So, and through that, it was found out that around 650 cases where this kind of human smuggling could be happening through like using of travel agents and stuff. So, they were recorded incidents and stuff, and there are acts and policies that are being thought of, that is being discussed at the government level. For example, currently it is an international relations issue. Of course, there have been like discussions going on how to, you know, handle this illegal migration thing. But at the same time, we must not forget that illegal migration itself is a very complicated process, as we say that it not just involves an individual or the agents or the intermediaries, but also the governments and the immigration policies of both the countries, the destination and the source countries, and also the agreements based on which the migration happens. Like people from your country will go to mine, mine will go to yours, my goods and services will be yours. So those ideas. So at the we can't just solve the problem just by addressing how we need to punish those who have gone to the other countries, because in sociological theories of crime sometimes we talk about a broken window theory. So basically the idea is the window was already broken, so the thief came along. But the problem is, just because today you open the door and you have the idea, okay, the window was broken, I will mend it and no longer in thieves will come, that is not going to happen, because anyone else can break it at some other point of time. So the system is broken and you have to build it up from scratch through structures like education and economy, where people actually need something, you give them more wages, you give them better skill trainings, and maybe they will not try to go in illegal manner. Thank you.
So anyone wants to have some circulate, they have some comments or we have some questions.
Why this bill was
Which bill?
the HARYANA legislation and regulation of travel
This came last year, and this was actually even approved in the assembly, but then this year it was withdrawn. Because they said, huh?
No, since Haryana,
Come yes, yes.
Haryana lacks this act in Punjab has been registering the
So they said they'll come again with the act, but they'll make it more better.
So
So
Punjabi immigrant agents, they have established offices in nearby villages in Haryana.
yeah,
And clientele of Punjab.
yeah. But then it's not like that happening anymore. Now that's what we mentioned. No? It's not. It was initially thought with the idea that okay, now Punjab is exhausted. There's so many agents. We have a law in place. Let's move to new agents. Let's go to Haryana. So they started exploring. So it was only northern Haryana which was bordering. Now they are moving beyond that. People are moving from everywhere in Haryana.
In Chandigarh as well, the CUH administration has issued a circular to all the police stations that if any case related to the fraud immigration comes to you, you have to first register FIR immediately.
Yeah.
So that circular has also been made in place in Chandigarh due by administration because of the increasing cases of fraud immigration.
So this SIT that the Haryana government has, a special investigation team, it was set up to address these illegal migrant cases only. So they have made raids, and that's where they got hold of this 645 cases of illegal migrants. So it's not that the government is not doing. They came out with an act last year, but now they've withdrawn because they want to have a better act, which is more comprehensive. So yeah.
Recent deportation incidents that also is led to this. As with other thing as well, we give when something issue happens, then we start discussing about all these things.
So, but the idea is that even if you get the act in place, will it actually make people stop? That's the question which we ended. We have so many acts in place. We have a dowry act in place. Has dowry ended?
Also,
We got an example yesterday. No, I want to take dowry from the Japanese, mother-in-law. We were not there. No?
one thing I just want to say, that implementation of these things also it gets problematic. For example, if you know of a licensed agent, you can go and talk to them that you have sent away people on illegal routes. But what happens if someone is not even licensed? For example, in Punjab, people are not that much likely to go with big agents. They are more likely to go with someone from my neighborhood, with whom my uncle has gone, with whom my bhai has gone. So how are you going to like point them out? People have their idea, like if this person is get captured, how am I going to move next? So there is also kind of idea, like you will protect that person more if that person is not found.
Yeah, that is there. Then also the success rate. Because it's how successfully the people whom they have sent has reached the destination, how early, and what they are doing there.
So that also matters, which agent will go. So the bigger agents usually can't take this kind of illegal migration so openly. So the smaller ones have, they are taking this more freely as compared to the bigger agents. So anyone, yeah, please.
One more driving force.
Yeah.
You were mentioning, I think data still that is the gangsterism and that is Haryana and drug industry and like the Times of India and Saudi, I think there was a report that gangsterism is a new pattern. So because not only the pulling, also the pushing sector, because criminals choose this term to from the resources and also the gangsters in those cities there in the Canada and Uzbekistan, so these two countries are there. So they were also influencing them to come to them.
Yeah. Yeah, because somebody else also mentioned it yesterday that this is also encouraging this illegal route because they cannot take the legal route to migrate. So that is the only way through which they can escape from here. Especially, I think recently it was there in Haryana, that Haryana or Punjab, that person migrated to Canada immediately after the act. Punjab, yeah. The person, he immediately migrated to Canada. And he was not here. When there was a warrant issued for him, he was not here. He was in Canada. He migrated. So that is the only way, they can. So this I also read somewhere, but how much is it? Like we still need to explore more. Somebody also mentioned it yesterday, and then I also read it. Like the way she mentioned that it's for these smugglers, their humans are just like an object. So they're just making them.
जो ये illegal रूट है ना, उसके मुझे ये लाइफ का उसके अगेंस्ट मैंने पिछले साल 2 आर्टिकल फाइल किए थे। तो उसमें जो इंफॉर्मेशन आता है उसमें बहुत गैप है। मतलब पाकिस्तान की मैंने और चाइना की इलीगल एक्सपायर्ड एरिया मांगा था। तो पहले मैंने एक्सटर्नल अफेयर को मैंने आरटीआई फाइल कर दिया। उस पे उन्होंने मुझे लोकसभा में जो क्वेश्चन आंसर का सेशन होता है उसमें डॉक्यूमेंट दिया। मैंने सोचा ये मिसमैच हो रहा है, फिर मैंने उस पे अपील कर दी। तो मेरा उनका क्रॉस आर्गुमेंट हुआ। तो उस टाइम उन्होंने जो मुझे डाटा दिया तो उसमें और लोकसभा के डाटा में 30,000 एकड़ का डिफरेंस आया। मतलब उतना एरिया उनके पास है अपना, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट दिखाती नहीं। मतलब उसके अगेंस्ट मेरे पास डॉक्यूमेंट भी है जो इंडिया का जो है इलीगल हैंडेड ओवर टू पाकिस्तान टू चाइना। ये 2 डॉक्यूमेंट में डिफरेंस है। मुझे उन लोगों ने विदेश मंत्रालय में पागल करार दिया। इसमें मेरे पास जजमेंट है, लेकिन मैं हटा नहीं। मैंने सिर्फ उनको कहा कि मेरा देश में आप गलत इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे। मेरे सामने आर्गुमेंट के लिए अंडर सेक्रेटरी वो लेडीज थी, मैंने उनको चुप करवा दिया। बाद में उन्होंने सीधा डेटा दिया तो मेरे सामने आया कि पूरा फ्रॉड है, गवर्नमेंट भी बताती नहीं। दूसरा आरटीआई मैंने फाइल कर दिया सी बॉर्डर के अंडर कि जितने सी के एरिया है उनका मुझे डेटा चाहिए। मतलब श्रीलंका, मालदीव या बांग्लादेश। तो उन्होंने नेपाल, भूटान, उन्होंने ऐसे वो जो आरटीआई मेरा एम्बेसी को भेज दिया उस कंट्री में। तो उन्होंने जो मुझे डेटा दिया सेंसिटिव है, आप दे नहीं सकते, उसमें श्रीलंका वालों ने उसमें ट्रीटी वायलेटर ये दिया। तो इसमें सब गोलमाल है। इससे माइग्रेशन ये लाइव डेटा मेरे पास गवर्नमेंट के लेटर है। तो इससे क्या पता होता है कि ये माइग्रेशन तो चल रहा है, लेकिन इसको कहीं ना कहीं गवर्नमेंट को भी सपोर्ट है। इससे पैसे का तो क्या हवाला बोलते हैं। मैं अभी अंतरी बॉर्डर गया था ना 2 दिन पहले, तो उधर देख रहे थे पाकिस्तान और इंडिया का जो सेरेमनी चल रहा था। तो पाकिस्तान के लोग इधर देख रहे थे। मैंने अमृतसर में जाते जाते रिक्शा से क्वेश्चन छेड़ा, भाई इधर क्या हो रहा है, मतलब क्या ऐसा ऐसा। तो उन लोगों वो आदमी ने मुझे कहा कि पाकिस्तान के लोग तो अच्छे हैं, सिर्फ हॉलीवुड और कुछ बंदों की वजह से पाकिस्तान ये है, लेकिन जो हमारे कुछ अंदर के लोग हैं उन्होंने सीधा अपना एरिया उनको 114 मतलब
114 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, मतलब हमारे मराठी में 30,000, मतलब 30,000 किले इधर के एरिया में, तो उनको ये एरिया दिया है, तो उनके अंदर जो गांव है उन लोगों का क्या? तो इससे वो इधर भी आते उधर भी आते। इसमें आर्टिकल जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में तीसरा रखा हुआ है कि जिसके अंडर सिटीजनशिप और वो हटा नहीं रहे, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं सिस्टम ही खराब है, दे नहीं रहे। लाइव डेटा है मेरे पास। डिफरेंस जब मुझे पागल बना दिया उन्होंने, कहा तू पागल है तो सिस्टम से खिलाफ चल रहा है, लिख दिया मेरे पे आरटीआई में ये। इस वजह से मैंने वो छोड़ दिया, अपना पढ़ने आ गया, सोशल सवाल का बुक छोड़ दिया मैंने आगे। गवर्नमेंट ने मेरे को पागल करा दिया, लिख दिया कि ये कुछ नहीं होने वाला, खाली पीने 10 रुपए का आरटीआई डालता और पीछे भागता। रिकॉर्ड है, देना नहीं चाहता। एक ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर एग्रीमेंट है जो इंडिया ने साइन किया हुआ है। अपन अभी फ्रीडम नहीं है, लगता है अपन फ्रीडम है, लेकिन फ्रीडम नहीं है। 2027 को होगा, अपने भी कंट्रोल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे अभी भी रिटर्न करता है। ये जो लोगों का डेट में लॉ का स्टडी उनको पता चल जाए। ये देखिए उन्होंने फॉलो करने का सीधे लेकर
You want to say something? Sneha, you want to say something? You want to speak now? Hitesh.
So basically, the idea is that if there is a loophole, for example, the example that I given was that, for example, this window is broken, a thief comes in, so it is not completely the thief's fault. I also keep the window in a dilapidated state, so that's kind of not, if not my fault, but that was the situation. So it was kind of like broken system. So I am saying that one day you just open the door, you find out that your window is broken, and you think that I will mend it, and so nobody will come in. So that's not going to happen. Na? Like why the window was even broken, let's ask that before we just try to like very superficially mend all the things. So by that I was meaning to say that illegal migration is happening because there is the structural issues like unemployment, not addressing those employment issues, and also like the wages issue. For example, as I said, that the minimum wage is not something to which people are being happy because they hold a PhD but they are doing a 25k or 30k monthly job. So first we have to address them, and then we will automatically be able to give people the idea that okay, in your country you can get better treatment. So that's the idea.
It's not just in India, but the system is broken globally. So
In
exists everywhere.
in fact, the idea that skilled workers from India, they are welcome, unlike the unskilled and semi-skilled workers, because in abroad also, for example, I was looking at a report from UK, I think, post-COVID. So those who are working as nurses there, so the survey was done with them. So basically, there were questions like, in upcoming 2 to 5 years, do you intend to leave the job? So there was a certain percentage, I think it was below 50%, but quite a significant amount of people, they responded that yeah, we want to leave because there have been burnout, stress, anxiety, and the quality of life and the amount of money that I am getting as a salary for that, it is not actually satisfying me. So basically the skilled worker from that country, they're leaving the job. So there is also this idea like production and retention, like we have produced them in India in much lower cost in much lower time. They are going, so my investment is going to another country. So they will of course be taking them because people from they are not being able to be retained. Secondly, producing them is also like time consuming and the price is also greater. They of course have loans there. In India you at least get scholarships in some cases, but in US even every middle class family they have education loans. So that's the idea.
Even certain professions, people are not interested. Like people are not interested in becoming doctors,
Yeah.
not interested in becoming nurses.
Yeah.
So certain essential professions, the migrants are coming and filling in because they are getting already a well-trained staff without any cost of the government. So that's how it's happening. Absolutely. It's hard work.
Yes. Hard work, and also I think when it comes to US there was this vlog that I was watching. It is basically an immigrant family from India. They have gone to US, so they basically talk about their lifestyle there. So the idea is that they get paid twice a month. So after every 15 days, some part of your salary is not that like twice the salary, but like it comes to you twice. The idea is that whatever you earn, you consume that. So the idea will of course be like what when I am actually consuming them, it is not going into my savings, and when something emergency comes up, I have to like pull the money from other people. So I will like to live a good lifestyle. So if I have to work a hectic job, for example, like those in medical professions, even those IT professions, they also have lots of workloads. So why would I go there? I would rather like do freelance or something. The in 21st century, especially in the Gen Z people, they're more likely to have that good lifestyle, freedom, and more sustainable choices. So that's the idea. Now, when that becomes a priority, doing so much hard work and hectic that also like affects your mental health, there is not interest when you are in a first world country.
Completely. Yeah. Can you little bit make clear what is broken window theory? She just said that. She just explained. Oh, and you go back and read. She just explained that.
You can Google it actually, Sociology of Crime and Broken Window Theory. It is actually quite interesting. You can read up on that. Take it.
Anyone else has anything to add? How many of you are interested in taking Turkey migration? No, none of you after. Even if it be fully sponsored by someone else. No. Huh? Even
If the clip hasn't been shown, then they may.
Vocation is related. सोचना पड़ेगा सही है Alright, so we have this data. You want to wrap up the whole thing, or you want to have 5 minutes break? Now we'll finish and we'll go for like 3 months. It's not about everyone. No, 5 weeks.
And think about the roots, for example, and governance. We discussed about this morning, like migration governance and all that. Is that okay? I'll just quickly open that If I can open it. Can I open? How do I open this? I used hyperlink. That one. Yeah, that's it. Just it's very fresh. Happened just recently. The case I can describe. I read the piece. There's a man, Nepali speaking, Bhutanese refugee. Um, he was relocated to the US. I'm not sure how much you know about the situation in Bhutan with Nepali speaking people. They were expelled from the country in 1990s, late 90s. There were over 100,000 Bhutanese refugees came to live in Nepal. They traveled by India. It was very complicated, like there's Bhutan and India and Nepal, all these cases. And after so many years of living in a what is it called, a refugee camp in Nepal, very close to Indian border. They were taken by, like, relocated to Australia. Thousands of them were relocated to Australia. About 40,000 were taken to the US, and some were taken some other countries. And there were still several thousand living in this refugee camp in Nepal. This man was taken to the US. It was all legal, government to government negotiation, and all documents were done properly. And just if you get chance to read, please read it later. We don't have to read it now. And he was just recently deported back to where? Where is his house? He was expelled from Bhutan in refugee camp, and he was in refugee camp in Nepal. He didn't have Nepalese citizenship, he didn't have Bhutanese citizenship, and he was taken to the US. He became American for a period of time, probably 10-15 years. Now he's out from America. By law, we discussed this morning all this migration governance and migration documents, soft laws, and all that. By law, there is a kind of agreement that nobody should be stateless. Yeah, that's our like right, human right. We should all have some sort of relationship with the state. But where is his house? Where is his legal status? This is what I wanted you to think, and I would like you to read when you have time and think about it. Like, see, migration or being donkey is not as simple as that. There's so many complex situation creates these people to go or become. He's in detention center just now, I think in Nepal, because maybe he was deported to Bhutan. Then Bhutan didn't want it because he was already out from Bhutan, and then came to India, and then from India went back to Nepal, and he's in detention center now. That was one of the case study. I'll leave it here. And therefore, a few more. I won't go through that because I don't really have a time. for fees and everything. She managed to graduate, but she struggled a lot. I mean, I can say a lot about her situation, but I won't go into detail because we don't really have time. Just to, I wanted you to think about the motivation there, motivation and means towards migration dreams. This Bhutanese refugee who just got deported from the US and living in detention center in Nepal now, and these students called Pam, and the film called Donkey. You all have seen. Think about those routes. We've just seen a big picture of donkey routes anyway. And I was looking at migration motivation. That's one of the summary I wanted to look at. This was taken from quite old article. Indians in Canada. Why did they go to Canada? These were their motivation: lack of opportunities in job advancement, career progression, and development. That came top. And suitable employment, inadequate income. You can see the list. I think we have covered almost every single point so far. Yeah. Anything? Earn more money for family responsibility, inadequate educational facility, poor standard of living, inadequate facilities for children, atmosphere of India. People make the points anyway. Unpleasant climate and crowded living conditions. And reason for choosing Canada was relatives or friends there. Network is important. I think it should come in number one because Professor Gill was saying yesterday, when we think about even going abroad for education, first thing we think is who is there. I can check. That's network. That's very powerful. It's a very important factor. When they have relatives or friends in Canada, and career-related opportunities, and country, is it nice to live there or not? Country geography, all this, their reason, the migrants' reason for moving to Canada was this: language and peace, and other reasons. It's just a summary. We talked a lot about socio-economic and demographic factors. I read report by International Labour Organization interested in migration. The report suggests that over 1/3 people migrate for this reason: socio-economic and demographic reason. Friends, family, earning, and like children move with parents, for example. And European Parliament did a research, made a report. It suggests that it uses that figure. A total of 159 million migrants in the world now fall in this category. The socio-economic demographic factor is the main factor apparently, and political factor: being refugee or not liking the political situation, or getting expelled, for example, from Bhutan, and this man probably, or a risk to their life because of their political belief. Personal aspiration: we all have some sort of aspiration. Of course, we move around nationally and also internationally. This is just to summarize everything we discussed so far, okay? I'm repeating, and don't get bored, but just environmental factors. The number of migrants is increasing because of environmental factor, climate change, and also for other reason, drought, disaster, or for other environmental reasons. And it's likely to increase in 2050 because of changing the global climate and everything. And religious factor, don't forget that people do move around for religion. religious reason as well, where they feel safe. For example, it's personal. It's not forced, but people do move around for religious. Some people go to Banaras, for example, before they die for that kind of religious reason. And language and culture is important. I want to be near my family or somebody who understands me better. I feel comfortable. I can communicate and share shared understanding and shared past. Migration challenges and related discourses in low middle income source countries. Cultural issue. What do you think when migrants come back? Do you know any migrant coming back from abroad and trying to reintegrate, live in the society? Say that somebody moved away for like 20 years, 30 years. So, say again.
We just saw in YouTube videos like this, not in real life.
Yeah. Ah. Yeah.
For a longer time. Like 10 years. But now he came back, but he's still doing the same job. Like he used to do the job of a driver there. And here also he's driving. He's enjoying his job.
Good. Okay. That's good because I met quite a few drivers in Nepal as well. A taxi driver or like they did a driving job in UAE and came back and did the same job in our village in Nepal. But they find sometimes skilled migrants, particularly nurses, doctors, they go abroad to Canada or the UK. Coming back, they don't find it very easy to integrate. The reason being, I'm told, is they have this image of their village or their country or their society before they leave, and it freezes in their mind. And they come back to live. India has changed, Nepal has changed, and they can't really understand that. Like they do understand, but they can't adjust themselves. And the society is not very welcoming. All these people go abroad for so long, and when they retire, they come back. Why do they come back? Question. And I worked with Malawian nurses, went to the UK, and they found working terms and conditions in the UK not very pleasant. They wanted to go back home. Some of them had already quite senior position back home. They wanted to go back, but they were not welcomed by the government system, the broken system. I like that phrase, the window is broken. The broken system didn't really welcome them. And they stayed there for a few years and they went back to the UK. They almost felt like, I don't belong to the UK. I left Malawi and they don't want me here. Kind of disjointed and disconnected with their real life. So the cultural issue they have to face and challenges migrants have to face even after they return, if they want to return, is challenging. So we need the government, the system to be more welcoming and society to be more welcoming if we want our migrants back home. Financial challenges starts right from the beginning when they plan to migrate. They have to get all the money ready to pay the broker or pay university fees and make their journey and settle in new countries. Yeah, and if they decide to return, again they have all these challenges to negotiate and navigate. And when they when they decide to migrate, take donkey route or formal route or informal route, whatever, they not all have very accurate information even about the course. Educated migrants don't have enough information about what they're going to study. Forget about only skilled professional persons. I had a student in Scotland once. just post-COVID recently. She came to my class, but she was not enrolled for that particular course. And she said she really wanted to do nursing, but she was sent to some different course by the agent, for example. And I said, why did you not ask the agent to, like, you wanted to do nursing, you should have joined nursing program. She said, oh, she heard from the agent that there was a cyber issue in the university, so they couldn't really deal with it, and they told me to go and sort it out yourself. And we can't sort out for that lack of information, and it's even like educated people get confused with university degrees and programs, and it's hard for unskilled, less educated people to navigate complicated, very complicated bureaucratic visa and processes. So easy to take, easy route. Yeah. Sociocultural stereotyping, female migration, particularly, and they face different challenges. I don't know if you heard about female migration. It's changing now. People are more exposed to women going abroad as well. Say 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when I started my research, female migration linked with going abroad for prostitution, for example. All these doctors, nurses, qualified people, they were going, but they were like they were seen very suspiciously. And also they're kind of in Gulf state and other countries, they're not treated very well. They're almost like bonded labor in some places. So gender and migration is very important issue to consider, because we all face different challenges. Female being female, age, for example, education level, socioeconomic status, and also a network connection you have in destination countries. These factors are very important when one decides to migrate. Anything? Any questions? So I think Armo, I finished, summarized the points. Anything we haven't covered? I spoke quite fast.
No. I think they summarized everything that they discussed in the morning.
Yeah. But please read that article, and the two quite important and just very current. And in one,
You forgot managed migration.
I know managed migration,
Managed
managed migration as well, because we're talking about decent work and all that. We'll cover that managed migration, gender and migration. That's important. Yeah, marriage and migration, and decent work for migrants. And it is coming tomorrow, I think, or the day after, on bilateral agreement and visa processes and all that. We'll cover marriage and migration.
Yeah.
If you want to add anything on marriage and migration. Yeah.
No, you'll discuss the gender part.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Tomorrow we have 4 sessions, 2 from Elena and 2 from Ramya. Elena will be looking at labor and feminist theory, feminist perspective of migration, and labor codes. Basically, what are the codes? So when we migrate, there are certain labor codes under which we migrate. And then Ramya will be looking at the history of migration, slavery, how from slavery it started. And then we will be looking at globalization, like in the era of globalization, how people are migrating to which groups. So it's a mix. Ramya, then Elena, then Ramya, then Elena.
I think I'm last.
Then last is Ramya.
I'm there tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Rather, we'll not leave you so easily.
No, I'm not going to leave you so easily. Any questions from this morning? Just think about like what we discussed this morning. All the concerns we discussed, key concerns around